All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to start the Open Longsword pools in just a moment. I want to take a second to shout out our venue and our host club. This tournament is being held today at Rose City Futsal West. They're being very gracious, letting us do a lot of fencing here. It's a great futsal club in Tigard, Oregon. And of course, you all know this tournament is being hosted by IFG, Indes, Ferox, Gladio, the premier fencing club in Portland. I say premier, but obviously that's mostly ironic. We're all friends. We, of course, have lots of fighters from lots of different clubs, including one of our good friends, Andy Plymate, from Bridge City Blades, also in Portland. We've got a lot of fighters from the Lonan League in Seattle, Seven Swords in Tacoma, all along the Pacific Northwest. In fact, with me commentating, I have Melissa from Lonan League. Say hello. Indeed, indeed. I believe this year in the Open Longsword, we've got about 90 fighters. Now, this venue is phenomenal for a number of reasons. For one, we've got large, big open spaces where we have these rings taped out on the floor. In addition, since it is a great futsal club, we actually have some great spectator seats. Now, we've got a balcony up there you can see with a pub even on site. So as it gets a little bit later, if you're on the fence about coming down, you can just get off that fence, come on down, watch some fencing, get a drink at the Rose City Futsal West pub in Tigard.
And I would tell you, a cider and some tater tots have never been as good as after you sold it.
I completely agree, 100%. That's why we do pizza and beer at IFG. Well, we go to we practice at the Multnomah Arts Center, and right across the street is this place called the Lucky Lab, which is great handmade pizza. They brew a lot of their own beers and ciders, so we go and take over every Saturday after practice, make sure to stink up the place with our sweaty fencing bodies. But no, it's a great place, unironically. If you're in Portland, in the Multnomah Village area, definitely go check it out. A lot of people are going to be familiar with that if you're local. Now,
Lonan is in one of the industrial districts of Seattle, so the best we got is a Taco Bell and a scary Denny's. So this sounds a little better.
Yeah, I do remember going to a Sword Squatch a couple years ago, and it was a little bit of a challenge to find a good place to eat nearby after. we are going to hold off for just a bit. We're doing a rules briefing right now, just getting everybody up to speed on the rules for Open Longsword. They are the same rules for the WNBT tournament that we just watched, just making sure that any folks that arrived a little bit late are completely up to date.
I just wanted to say my mic has been off, and while it was off, I did achieve world peace and solve all of the problems in the world, so I'm really sorry that you guys missed that.
That's phenomenal news. We love to hear it. I feel like my job is much less important now, but that's okay. That's okay. We were talking just a little bit about the food situation after practice, because you do need to sustain yourself after fencing. It is really difficult to overstate how challenging, how physically exhausting fencing is.
Absolutely. And I was saying, I think IFG has us beat in terms of food joints near their sword practice areas. I think they win.
Just a little bit.
Just a little, with their handcrafted beers and ciders and sodos, premium Taco Bell and Denny's.
Hey, I will say I do love a double beefy cheese, whatever the heck, from Taco Bell.
Don't we all?
Slam a couple of those, pay a couple bucks, Diablo sauce, ruin your evening. But it's good for a moment of dopamine after a long series of fights.
Now, you can kind of see this on the camera, but Joe has his hand ready to blow that air horn at any time, and he is not afraid to.
I'm pretty sure it is his favorite part of any given tournament.
I think he might continue to host this tournament so that he can use that air horn. I was speaking with some contenders earlier about alternatives. We thought perhaps gong or bell could be a good alternative. So maybe that's some feedback we'll provide after the tournament.
Fantastic. I'm sure he'll love to hear that. And probably completely ignore you, because air horns are great.
Air horns are great for the person using them.
Yeah, exactly. So we should see just a couple more minutes here of rules briefing. They'll answer some questions that any fighters might have. And then we'll move straight into the pools. Looking at the camera here, I do see a lot of fighters that I recognize. On the left in the blue with a bald head is my good buddy Cameron, who came all the way up from California. We've got lots of folks here. We've got Goose in the back. We've got
Goose.
Will.
I love that name.
Oh, yeah, Goose. And then in the back in all the volunteer shirts are a lot of the directors and judges. Lonan, of course, has supplied us with at least John as a director. I don't know how many judges are here.
I don't know if we have a bunch of judges. We do have Ember also directing. They are from Lonan.
That's fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that Ember isn't competing.
I think they were explicitly banned from it last year.
As they should be. They are too good.
Absolutely. They said they're going into their retirement arc in regards to IFG. Nowhere else, though. Exactly.
Now we even see Patrick, one of the previous commentators, just walked off camera. Josh, one of the previous commentators in the yellow headband, giving his hellos.
They got big shoes to fill.
We are getting started, so we'll see fighters called up shortly. I would like to point out, I'll see if we can get a camera on it. Can we get a camera on the cod piece of the fighter behind the ring, please? Any chance of that? Can we get a camera on the cod piece of the fighter behind the ring? Looks like we're not going to be able to get an angle on that, but I just saw a phenomenal cod piece over there. Another piece of self-expression for the fighters. I believe that's actually a signature of one of the clubs. I can't remember
I believe
club.
It's Masterless Fencing. They love their cod pieces.
They do love their cod pieces. Often it's masks, kind of spooky.
Yeah.
I believe it's part of the mental game. You see a man or woman or other with a extreme cod piece. You
Cod
see that,
pieces
you
can be
say-
inclusive.
Exactly. Anybody can wear a cod piece.
Except for me, I hate them. But for everyone else.
They do seem a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to open HEMA scorecard.
Over on the left right now, we do actually see Philip Arroyo, who is running this stream, doing his business, making sure that this stream goes phenomenal for all the folks that want to watch some great fencing.
Looks like we've got our pre-pool discussion with the director. Looks like Joe Calistro is going to be directing this pool. Something that IFG, I think, pioneered last year was getting rid of the table, which I will say, as someone not from IFG, was met with a lot of doubt that it would be successful, and then they killed it. They did great, and so they decided to return to that this year. You can see all of our directors have an armband with a cell phone, and overall it's been a roaring success.
Yeah, meant to really streamline the judging and directing process, making sure that things don't get lost in communication. That's one of the biggest things. When you have directors trying to shout out scores, I mean, I don't think anybody can hear it, but it is noisy in here. It's quite loud. It's difficult to hear. You kind of have to shout.
It's like alive.
So to avoid any miscommunications for something as important as scores, they moved to a director inputted scoring system, which has been working great.
It has been working really well.
It looks like we are going to start with our first match in the Open Longsword pools. We're going to have Raiden Westerman versus Cody Shepard.
I am unfamiliar with both of these fencers.
Cody Shepard, like you said, is from Masterless. Raiden is actually one of our local boys from IFG. And we have Joe, the president of IFG, the man himself, directing this bout.
And he's put down the air horn.
How could he?
Yeah, it looks like
So-
we're putting on our band. This is how we identify. If we're saying Red Fighter, it's not necessarily a reflection of their jacket or anything of their appearance, but because they have a red band. And because on HEMA scorecard, where you can keep up with some of the particulars,
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah. So we do have a red corner
Track that.
and a blue corner to which the fighters return after bouts.
Oh, quick
a
hand hit from
quick,
Red.
Easy, clean, shallow hit from Raiden on Cody. It is always interesting to see the difference in length in some of the bouts. I mean, that was a 3-second exchange there. Walking in, tapping, getting out. It's what you love to see.
Oh, wow. That was beautiful.
A very interesting exchange. Very curious to see what happened. It looked like a blow after blow to me.
Directors
Afterblow.
disagree, or judges disagree. I think they're washing it.
We're washing that exchange. Judges could not come to an agreement. Absolutely fair. I certainly couldn't. A
Okay.
committed thrust
Oh,
from Cody.
there we go.
Cutting around with a little tricky Zverkow fake to one side, committed to the other side. Raiden didn't quite know where to parry.
I really liked that. It looked like that was a clean hit.
Oh, you see a much higher pace with these fresh fencers.
I'm noticing they're both pushing their hands closer to their head and almost above their head. That is usually what tells me I need to go in for an under pommel, so we'll see if any of them pick up on that idea.
That sounds about accurate for the Lonan League.
I suppose.
Very interesting. Cody sitting in measure there for a while, feinting different strikes so that Raiden never felt comfortable throwing what would have been an easy hit. And they are calling that a strike to a deep target with an afterblow. Oh, interesting approach, a little more cautious, cutting. Oh, a beautiful hanger parry to cut around. Didn't quite cover the afterblow, it looked to me.
I saw like, a pretty clear hit from red with an afterblow from blue.
A very pretty exchange, though. We love...
Yeah, I enjoyed watching that one.
Yeah, the hanger parry into the clean cut around. Just love to see it.
Oh! It doesn't look like... let's see if the judges agree if that thrust landed.
I did not see at all what happened.
Yeah, okay. They're saying a thrust. I would probably agree that there was no control, but I definitely saw the thrust.
That thrust, to me, looked passé, but I didn't see a follow-up hit.
Looks like Joe's pointing out that one of the fighters could have hit the other fighter in the back of the head, but decided not to at the last moment and was able to make that choice.
But still calling that hit, which shows it's a demonstration of phenomenal control.
Absolutely.
Hits to the back of the head are not allowed in this rule set, or really any rule
Really
set.
any. I've never heard of a rule set that would allow it, at least in HEMA.
All right. We have a blow after blow, a very close match for these two fighters.
And also nice and quick. This is how these fighters save their energy. This open longsword can be a bit of a slog.
That looked to me like a clean, shallow hit. No.
The judges disagree with you wholeheartedly. Match blue.
That's okay. Match blue either way. Cody Shepard from Masterless Fencing takes the easy win. Not easy. Sorry, that was a very hard-fought win. I don't know what I'm talking about.
One of our fighters says, good parry, at least it looked it to me. I believe you.
One of our fighters?
Is this one of our fighters?
You said one of our fighters.
Oh, I in my head I said viewer. And
commenter?
Commenter. Oh, look at this mask. This is incredible.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Phenomenal decorations to the mask. Got to be part of the mental game. I think that that is actually incredibly demoralizing.
I disagree. This is incredibly moralizing. This is Chad in red, and this is Doug in blue. So this is exciting.
Doug Mayovsky from Kulshan Hema versus Nikolas Chad from Seven Swords Academy.
Now, I believe this person just goes by Chad.
A very quick shot to a deep target from Doug.
Oh, wow.
Quick blade work.
Wow.
Lots of offense, defense, all at the same time. That's where you really see the lightning chess happening.
Absolutely.
Both of these fighters having to think through their next actions.
Wow. And we lost one of those pieces of the mohawk. I imagine that won't be the only one we lose in this pool. Now, in Fiore at Lonan, we call that the fur ball, and I've heard a couple different interpretations for what that means. But my favorite is the image of like two cats in a cartoon fighting, and you just see all the like smoke and fur coming out of it.
Yeah.
And so I really love that imagery of this like quick, engaging fencing. That's full fur ball to me.
Definitely. Very quick exchanges. Like you said, conserving energy, making sure to not waste too much time. And that is going to be a win on point differential for Doug. A dominant display.
Congratulations, Doug.
Very quick blade work. Really impressive stuff.
Looks like Doug's corner is Joe Brassy. They don't fight at the same club. They're both the respective leaders of their own clubs. But I think they have a friendship that has stood the test of time.
Definitely. Now up next, we're going to have Cody Shepard, also from Masterless Fencing on the blue side. Zachery Southwell from your Lonan League on the right side. What can you tell us about Zachery?
You know, what I can tell us is it looks like they have the same jacket.
It sure does. I think they do, actually.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see how this goes, and maybe I can offer. Oh, okay. That felt German to me. Zachery's hit to the body. But it looks like the judges might not have caught that, or maybe they think it's out of tempo.
They're calling that a deep hit on Zachery. Coming in again, we have a...
Oh! Let's see. A thrust to the head.
That almost looked very double-ish to me.
A little bit. That feels like a Pez dispenser to me moment.
Oh.
Okay,
yeah,
they're
just
acknowledging the afterblow.
A half a second after. Great thrust to the head from Cody.
Yeah, Doug did start training under Joe. I thought that was true. I didn't want to misspeak. Let's see.
Ooh. Going for that tricky left overhow off of the right Vomtog. Tricks a lot of people. You know, you're sitting in the right Vomtog, you expect that shot to come from the right, so you hold your blade on that side. When it comes around over the head to the left, a lot of people don't know how to respond. Looks like that was successful for Cody.
I'm noticing Cody is really taking control of this ring.
Yeah, holding the center, decisive cut. Looks like that's going to be match for Cody.
Congratulations,
a great
Blue.
Display. Masterless Fencing coming out of the gate hot. Two excellent displays. Up next, we'll have Chad and Raiden, I believe. Yep, Raiden Westerman from Indes, Ferox, Gladio, and Chad from Seven Swords Academy. I do love the funky hat.
I love it. Seems to be maybe a little bit inspired by the drama masks, where half of it's a smile, half of it's a frown. We can kind of see the smile from here.
I thought it was a reference to the Jamaican bobsled team.
I believe you, because I don't know what that is.
Jamaican me crazy. Ooh. Chad attempting a committed thrust. Raiden getting his lick in as he backs out for a shallow target.
Oh.
Another rush in from Chad. Not exactly working out the way he's intending. Raiden doing a great job of meeting that rush with a precise, quick response. That is a blow after blow.
Okay,
All right,
no
a little more caution from Chad here.
Okay, there it is.
Raiden with an excellent shot to the leg, bringing his blade up to parry the response from Chad. I don't know if it got there in time.
Yeah, I didn't see the afterblow.
Let's see. He goes for that left. Oh, that wide sweeping cut. It does look like the parry made it. Let's see what the judges say. They agree. A little action in the bind. I don't know if I saw anything of quality there.
I didn't see anything, but I'm guessing the judges. Okay. I really respect a director who trusts their judges, and I'm noticing that a lot from Joe.
Absolutely.
He's saying, you know, I saw something different than the judges, but I can't overrule something if both of you disagree with me, so we're going to say no agreement, no exchange.
Which is why you have multiple judges. There needs to be multiple perspectives because every person is fallible. No exchange there either, very unclear.
The owner of our incredible mohawk is Chad.
Oh. More fur balls happening here.
I'm glad this is catching on.
And that's going to be called the first double of the match. First double of this pool, I think. I could be lying. My memory is
I'm not sure. I think you're
faulty.
correct.
Oh.
Wow.
A fascinating combo from Raiden going from the Unterhau into the Oberhau into his Verk. All well parried by Chad. Let's see if any made it through, what the judges say. They're going to say that Chad's defense was impeccable and he actually got the riposte off on Raiden. Excellent work from Chad defending that flurry of blows.
For a second, I thought Chad was coming in with a half sword, but it seemed like halt was called. But I was excited to see that. I think they're deeming that the mohawk does not count as a viable target, which I suppose seems fair.
That's unfortunate because my Pluderhosen always counts. Oh, a strong strike to the head. There may have been an afterblow there, but it sure didn't look like a quality afterblow. They're not going to call it.
I'm curious if they're going to call escalation or excessive force.
Absolutely not. That was well within reason, I think, personally. But, you know. Oh!
I'm noticing them heating up a bit. I'm not going to lie. Okay.
Sword grapple there. It looked like Chad went in for a pommel initially, got somewhat deflected, but maintained control in that grapple, wrapping up the sword, planting the thrust.
Sawyer says the mohawk not being a target is crazy. I agree.
That's true. I should be able to cut off a mohawk for a wound. It is part of his body.
Oh, could hear it.
Another very fast exchange, really running in there. Quick strike, decisive.
We see Raiden starting to maybe flag a little bit.
That is actually
all right, but that's match.
Match blue for Raiden. You were saying Raiden was what now? Flagging?
Seemed to be flagging. I mean, I saw them grab their knees a little bit and bend over, maybe take a breath.
Well, of course, we were just talking about how difficult this is, but he managed to maintain composure, keep his head about him. Made all of those counter parry ripostes happen.
And looking at this camera, it seems like he is happy about his win.
Who wouldn't be?
Who wouldn't be? All right, looks like we have Doug in blue and Zackery in red.
Which, funny enough, Doug is in red and Zackery is in blue. Kind of an unfortunate... they really got to do something about that.
Oh, big hugs. I love that.
Big hug.
Hug to the fist bump to the hug. I'll take it.
Great display of sportsmanship from our two fighters here.
I hug everyone. I think hugs are great.
A high
Oh, wow. I like this high guard.
samurai guard from Zack.
Hey, I'm a
coming
fan
in.
of it.
Changing guards a lot. You see this a lot in the Meyer style.
Oh.
Ooh, Doug, just lightning fast.
Is that a Zverkow? Is that what that is?
That looked to me like a Schnappen, actually.
I'm going to trust your gut. You know, at Fiore at Lonan, we just call it hidden. I'll be honest. I wish I knew more of the names. You cut,
That
and you
tracks.
you cut the hands, or you cut the body.
That matches up perfectly with my perception of Lonan.
Hey, KDF will actually read the books, and we love them for
All
it.
right, Zack doing a great job of increasing the pressure, his blade pressure. He saw Doug come in. He didn't feel threatened enough, so he came in with that flurry of blows in the first round. Zachery says, no, I am a threat. Take these cuts. Defend yourself.
I love this energy. He's moving to the center.
He's amped.
Oh, I saw that hit from
That
Zackery
is
first.
a blow after blow. That was a Unterzwerk
Yeah.
to the body,
I
followed
saw
up
that.
by a shot to the hand from Doug.
We got
That's
this
what it
replay.
looked like to me.
Yeah, I saw it. Doug is coming in, or our blue fighter is coming in with high energy. Really trying to control that center, trying to control the
Yeah.
pace of the match.
Exactly. It does look like Doug has a real affinity for that quick blade work, so he wants to maintain control. Oh, a half sword
Oh.
from Zack.
I
Oh,
like a half sword.
Lord, he's
I
going
think it's
for
going to be a
tricky
ring
stuff.
out, though. Oh, no, they didn't call it.
Zack does look a little bit lost.
I want to see more aggression. I want to see him moving into the ring.
Now, fighters do need to stay in the ring. So it does look like they're going to call that a ring out. You see Doug pointing it out there in the replay. Hey, fighters out of the ring.
Now, do ring outs have any point value?
No, but they
Okay.
do stop the exchange.
They do.
And
Oh.
if they are found to be abused, if a fighter is just hopping out of the ring to avoid getting hit, they will get a yellow card, I believe.
Was that for failure to engage? I believe that's what the yellow card would be for in this.
abuse of rules.
Right. Bad sportsmanship.
Bad sportsmanship, dishonorable fighting, whatever you want to call it.
I don't think that was what was happening in this exchange, though. Blue
Suffers one wound there. It is really hard to tell. Zack coming in high pace, trying to claim that center. Doug with the better presence, holding on to it. That looked like a blow after blow to me. Shallow target, perhaps a double. One judge
is saying
calling it.
double.
Joe is going to agree. That's the first double of the match.
All right.
A reasonable call, I think. Quick footwork coming in.
Okay.
A clean hit, I believe, from Zack.
That's what I saw.
Well done. Getting his sword back up for that parry, covering that line.
You know, despite that level of presence we're seeing from Doug, we are still seeing those consistent hand hits and that refusal to just kind of let Doug take that space from Zack.
Yeah. And you saw there for a moment, reverting back to the chop. The bread and butter, if you can't get it in with fancy footwork, hey, there's nothing wrong with going to an area of excellence, right? That's what they say in Olympic fencing. You want to drive your opponent into your zone of excellence where you feel comfortable. Doug showing a lot of aggression here. Looks like they... Joe saw that Zverkow hit the head. So they are going to award a hit
We're at 3-3. This is a match.
Even.
Okay, going for a one-handed thrust from Zack. Okay.
Both fighters getting stuck in the bind there. No agreement on what actually happened.
Okay, director has said that this is the second ring out from Zachery, and if another one happens, it could be a red card. I would say...
What would you say, Melissa?
I would say I think Doug's presence is I'm not sure if this is necessarily a failure to defend or more that Doug's presence is so severe that it's just hard. Oh, it looks like that might be that red card.
I mean, there is something to be said for, the aggression of Doug really forcing Zachery onto the back foot. That doesn't mean that you can step out of the ring. I mean, you have to match that aggression. If it ends up in a grapple, grapples are allowed. Now, they are going to call that a after blow to shallow targets.
Absolutely.
2-2, very even match.
Oh, beautiful thrust from Doug.
Thrust with an after blow.
Do we think that's with control?
No,
they're saying with after blow.
Definitely no control.
I didn't see the after blow.
If there's an after blow, there can't be control. So that is going to be match for Doug, though.
Congratulations, Doug. I'm curious if Zachery got that red card.
So Doug takes it with only one wound left. Excellent, close battle. Truly a battle is what you could call
Absolutely.
that. Doug doing a great job of maintaining that pressure. Zachery, honestly, very impressed with how he matched up to that pressure, trying to stay out of measure. Unfortunately, that did lead to a couple ring outs, but still excellent work from both fighters.
Absolutely.
Up next, we have Cody Shepard from Masterless Fencing versus Chad from Seven Swords Academy. We have a question for the director. The director is going to consult with some judges just to make sure that signals are being communicated clearly. Now we have a great shot of the Masterless Fencing cod pieces.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. One of our judges seems pretty far away from the ring. I worry that they're maybe not able to see the exchanges as well as they could have if they pushed up a little bit.
I do appreciate them trying to stay out of range of the camera. Oh!
I do, yeah.
And a really nice feint from Cody, going for what looked like a Zverkow. Got really close to the back of the head there, but which is, of course, you don't want to do. So he is going to get a warning from Joe, but it was clean. You saw Cody there dipping his sword in and out like a snake, trying to probe the defenses before cutting around, getting the shot on the hand.
Wow, going in for the grapple.
A beautiful grapple from Chad. Let's see.
Just slipped out of that shot.
Yeah.
They're saying control. I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, he had full control of his opponent's blade, which gives him an extra 2 wounds on his opponent.
Oh, I think Blue got in just a quick little hand hit.
So it is impressive to see how, again, those hand hits cause 1 wound. A thrust with control is 4. So even though Cody was dominating initially, that one exchange evened up the score.
Yeah. Oh. One judge is saying double.
Both fighters are going to suffer 1 wound. Looks like a blow after blow is what Joe saw. Oh. Chad really looking for another one of those grapples, but it looks like they're going to call that. A little bit of confusion from the fighters.
Yeah, one of the corners, the corner of our, let's see, blue fencer is saying, hey, one of our judges said there was control. And kind of pulling Joe's attention over to that.
Which is the job of the second, to advocate for their fighter.
Absolutely.
Joe explaining what he saw, why the score is what it is.
Match blue.
And he is going to call that with control. Is there any chance we have a replay?
Love the hugs.
I would love to see. We're going to get a slow-mo. Cody, oh yeah.
Wow.
Going in for a beautifully structured thrust. Chad just couldn't quite get his sword across in time. Went for the grapple, but it was already over. Excellent work from Cody Shepard at Masterless Fencing. And up next we have, I believe, his coach, Doug Mayovsky. No, sorry, Doug Mayovsky is from Kolshan.
Yes.
I am silly. Versus Raiden Westerman of our own Indes Ferox Gladio.
All right, Doug's starting at a high guard, but has quickly kind of moved down.
Oh, that was a well-planted thrust, but with an afterblow.
Absolutely.
But they're going to say that the afterblow was out of tempo, which is reasonable. It
Okay.
came a little bit late. So that would be 2 wounds on Doug Mayovsky.
Oh, I saw a clean hit from Doug.
Doug again maintaining that pressure, pushing his opponent out of the ring.
And I think I might have seen a bit of a smile from him. I think he knows what that shot was.
Raiden claiming the center of the ring, retreating quickly. Doug with a little bit of fancy footwork there to end.
Absolutely. Oh, I don't know. I'm seeing some elastic on the ground. I wonder if that's a call for gear.
Both fighters entering.
Okay. I saw the hit from Doug to the hands. There might have been something before that, but I didn't catch it.
Yeah, some disagreement from the judges. I just really love how Doug, you know, a lot of fencers, when they get attacked, especially I notice this with IFG fencers a lot, because I do it. As they're defending, they step back, try and reset the engagement. Doug not letting that happen, maintaining pressure even in the defense. A clean shot to the body from Raiden on Doug. Great job getting his sword up to parry the response.
Looks like Joe's calling in his judges, which is the first time we've seen this in this pool. I will say, as someone who's done judging, it's hard because our working memory is so short that the moment I get called into a director, I've forgotten what happens. I just have to trust where my arms are to tell me what that exchange looked like.
I do have to say that does sound like a skill issue, but
Okay.
far be it from me to say. I know that I don't volunteer to judge because, by God, I cannot
okay.
do it.
Fascinating.
Hey, I know I have the skill issue. I just want other people to admit it as well. It takes a lot to be able to judge these matches.
So we... Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
We see
Shot to
some
the head
fancy
from Doug.
blade work from Doug, trying to find a bind. Once he finds the bind, they start kind of trading back and forth in that bind until finally Doug gets the quicker cut around using the momentum from Raiden's sword.
That's
to propel his
Fiore
blade.
for you.
Looks like Raiden took one more wound. Raiden only has one more point until the score differential kicks in. Another clean shot to the body. He's doing an excellent job of feinting those high openings, switching around to the low opening. Great job by Raiden.
Okay. Yeah, that's a solid hit from Doug. I didn't see an afterblow.
I didn't see an afterblow either. Doug took basically that same opening, turned it right back around on Raiden.
Oh, good
pulling
hugs.
The blade up high, slipping. Raiden, it did look like Raiden tried to parry it, but got blown through by Doug's strong blade presence.
And it didn't catch on camera, but I saw Doug pumping his fist in the air. Seems like he's happy about that win.
Celebrating victory. Hard fought. We're seeing great fencing.
Looks like Doug might be up next. That was a long match. Oh, no, never mind.
No,
looks like
it's going to be Zachery Southwell of the Lone League versus Chad of Seven Swords.
You see that fast movement from Zachery.
Yeah.
But again, staying on the edge, kind of opening himself up for ring outs.
Chad really looking for those grapples, that control of the blade. Looks like they're going to call that a shallow target.
Okay.
I mean,
judges
I can't
disagree.
blame Chad for trying to wrap up
the
blade. No agreement for the judges, so no exchange there.
Oh, okay. Looks like Chad is self-calling.
The honorable choice.
Oh, I
Looks
saw.
Like Chad went in for a dedicated thrust there. Zachery sniped his hand on the way in.
Yeah, I saw the hit from Zachery. I didn't see an afterblow in time. But it looks like the judges disagree with me, which they're allowed to do, I suppose.
It happens. Very careful control of measure from Zack.
Yeah.
Another dedicated thrust. Oh.
Again, Chad going in for that grapple, pushing Zachery out of the ring. Joe's thinking.
No agreement, no exchange.
Okay. Joe's got his thinking face on. I'm wondering what's going through his head. Oh, okay. Do we think blow after blow or double?
I think that was a blow after blow. It looks like Chad got that thrust planted before Zack was able to land that Zverik out to the head. Let's see if the judges agree. They do.
Oh, Zack going in with that energy, but staying at the edge of the ring.
Switching from high-low, feinting with some Zveriks, keeping that blade moving, keeping a threat.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Started swinging at the sword there. And it looks like they saw Chad get hit in the head on his way in.
Oh.
There's that undershot to the wrist.
I saw that hit from Zachery.
Classic, tricky. You know, you got to defend your hands.
Yeah.
Especially against the lone and fighters.
Especially against us. We go hand hunting. Oh, again. Let's see. No, they're not calling it, though.
I heard it hit metal, which generally indicates a shot to the hilt. Now, there was a planted thrust there, but an afterblow. See a planted thrust from Chad. That looked an awful lot like in double tempo to me.
That is what
but
Joe's saying. But again, he's listening to his judges, which I just love and respect so much. As a judge, there's no better feeling, and as a director, it's a value I try and uphold because your judges are skilled too. That's why they're there.
Definitely, definitely. Now they're going to call that a blow after blow. I will say, Chad there went in on the offense, neglected to defend himself from the incoming afterblow. Worked out this time. Ooh.
Going for a one-handed,
Zack
didn't seem to land.
exploring a tricky one-handed slash. Chad going for a quick Unterswerk to the body.
That's a point
Looks
for
like they didn't quite
Zack.
see it. 1-2, another very close, hard-fought match.
We are at 2-1. This is close.
High guard from Zack. The Posta di Donna.
Okay. I don't know what just happened.
That they both went in with basically Oberhaus. Let's see who had the better structure.
It's at these moments that I feel like we see a lot of doubles in longsword point halt tournaments where you're near the end, you just need a point or two, and you just stop caring as much about defense.
And that is match blue. They're calling
Congratulations, Zack.
Shot to the head as being, they looks like he parried Chad's response. Great work, great structure in that kind of cut. To be able to cut in at the same time and win that exchange requires your cut to be perfectly structured. You got to have great biomechanics to make that work.
Absolutely. We've got Doug up again against Cody Shepard.
Cody Shepard.
Going for the hugs.
Of course.
Doug's got it.
Great sportsmanship from all of our fighters here. I'm excited for this match. Cody claiming the center, pushing Doug back. Unusual to see Doug not immediately putting the pressure on. Cody put the pressure on, got a quick blow to the hand. Doug quickly entering measure, getting a strike to the shallow target. Now both fighters claiming the center.
Oh! Gut shot from
A very
from Doug. I want to see this replay.
Yeah. See,
I'm not
he
sure you
sees
can hear
the
it.
opening. Cody holding his sword a little too high. He dips that sword under for an Unterswerk to the body. Clean, dips out.
And you may not have heard it over the stream, but there was a solid thunk to that sound.
Oh, we're calling a halt for gear. It looked like Cody lost grip of his sword from that Krumpau. Wanted to make sure his glove was in okay shape.
Oh! Thrust from blue fighter to red fighter. I don't think with control, but I also don't know if I saw an afterblow. Yeah, we have the replay on right now.
That definitely is a clean thrust, but no control, like you said. Oh, and we see another clean thrust, but with an afterblow, potentially slightly out of tempo. Let's see what the judges say.
Oh, I think one of the judges agrees with you.
Joe agrees that the afterblow was out of tempo.
Okay.
Cody just committing to that thrust.
Oh, nice little head tap from red.
With just a little shisen to the top of the head.
A little,
One of
hey.
the master strikes in the Meyer system.
Hey, remember, you got a head. Looks like we're at 4-4. That means each fighters have a little bit of a mask. Okay.
Yeah, that was a hard thrust to the head. You saw Doug's head snap back there. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, we are all concerned about safety, but it is a fast sport. Things are going to happen. If the sword doesn't quite flex where you expect it to,
Yeah.
you see a lot of those hits where maybe a head snaps back.
And it looks like it got caught in between the mask and the overlay.
Yeah. One of the advantages of the Wakusi masks, I'd like to bring up the Wakusis again. One of the
I don't think it was
sponsors of
stuck.
this stream.
No, it was.
All right, we've taken a small break for safety, make sure there's no injuries. Both fighters are ready to continue. Looks like they are.
Oh, no, I think you're right. Oh.
Interesting exchange. Doug going for the triple chop with the right hand Oberhaus. Cody reaching for a Shisen over the head. No. One wound to Cody.
Wow.
Cody weaving in a thrust there. Let's see if we... Blue suffers another thrust to the head. Cody takes the victory. Great fight. Glad to see Doug doing okay. What a champion. Walking off, continuing the fight after a reasonably hard thrust to the head.
You could tell that it jarred him a little bit because he pointed the tip of his sword against the floor, which is an absolute no-no here at Rose City Futsal.
Yeah.
So you could tell that he was a little bit dazed if that was his instinct. He was just leaning against that sword.
Now we've got Zachery Southwell versus Raiden Westerman.
Oh.
A battle of the PNW sister clubs. Brother versus brother. Raiden taking an early hit.
Oh, and there's another one. Going for those hand hits.
Snipe. I mean, look.
You can't say it's just Lonan because
when
look
you're
at it.
up
We're
against
all good
Lonan, you gotta fight against Lonan, all right? We train for it.
Yeah.
We know.
Oh, again.
Oh, okay. I will say, I think they're gonna call that as a hand hit for Raiden. It looked to me like it hit Zachery's hilt.
Yeah.
But they're gonna call it anyways, as a blow after blow. Raiden calm in the face of all that swinging sword.
Okay.
Not letting Zackery pressure him out of his guard, and it pays off. Looks like he gets a solid hit to the body.
Zackery keeping his sword moving. It's harder to parry a blow when you're not always sure where the sword is. So I like that technique. Again, with that high guard, he seems to like.
Zackery coming down.
He doesn't tend to stay in it, but he opens with it, and I get it. There's some intimidation factor.
It is.
Of holding a sword above your head.
Huge intimidation. You have to respond to that, otherwise you will take a shot to the top of the head, and it's not going to feel very good.
Absolutely not.
Raiden doing a great job maintaining composure, exploring measure. Oh!
Wow.
And that looked to me like a double. Good presence of mind from Raiden to try to drive in that thrust. Unfortunately, didn't defend himself along the way. So that is going to be the first double of the match.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, another nice little hand hit.
There you go.
And you can win a match on hand hits.
And it appears he just did, because that'll be the 6-point differential. That is a win for Raiden.
Congratulations,
of Indes, Ferox, Gladio. Down with Lonan. Just kidding. We love you guys.
Hey. I see why now.
But I got to see my boys win.
No, yeah. I see why you guys invited Alona night now.
I'm a biased commentator. You're a biased commentator. It's,
Yeah.
Fox News and CNN, who's who.
Well, they're saying this is the end of the pool. We're hoping to get an interview. What question should we ask?
All right, we're going to go interview Raiden Westerman. I'll be right back. Raiden, come on over here. Right here. Alrighty. Microphone is on. Can you hear me? All right, Raiden, that was a great match against Zachery Southwell. We're going to see if... I flipped it. Can you hear me? Test. 1, 2, 3. All right. We are coming through. We have Raiden here. Great match against Lonan. Now, we were just talking over in the commentator's booth about how you can win off of just some hand strikes. It looked like your strategy going into that bout was a little bit different than your previous bouts.
Yes.
Do you specifically choose your strategy against like a Lonan fighter or a fighter from a specific club?
Not from a specific club, but I was just watching them fight, and my second was telling me basically we were watching the fights, and he was saying, like, with Doug in the red, he was a lot more aggressive to try to hand snipe more. And then with Zack, I believe that last one, he was more timid, so he was saying get more aggressive. Because I'm normally a stay back and try to strike out of measure, but he was more timid, and I was like, all right, I just got to get way more aggressive with him.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely came in. We did notice that with Doug, really maintaining that pressure in the center of the ring. Do you try to sort of, how do you approach ring control?
That's a good question. I don't. I'm still pretty new, so I just try to not get bullied, I guess, by offline stepping whenever they get too aggressive, which I need to do a lot more of, because there were a few times where I was pushed out of the ring, so yeah, I need to get more.
Yeah, circular movement, definitely. And great open eyes fencing. I mean, that's one of the concepts we talk about a lot in IFG is open eyes versus closed eyes. You come in with a plan and adjusting to that plan in the short term. How did that affect your matches in this case?
Well, my plan usually went out the window after the first swing, and then I just said, all right, I'm winging it. I mean, there were a few times where it went well, but for the most part, I just tried to, I guess, watch what they're doing. We practice a lot just to try to attack when they're switching their guards, because then it's harder for them to counter for it. So that's my sort of game plan, is less just throw specific cuts, but wait for when they are least likely to block what I'm going to attack.
Keeping your eyes open, finding the opening, and it did work really well for you. Great matches. We love to see it. Hope the rest of your pool goes great. Best of luck. Well, I think there's a second pool, I believe, but we'll see. We'll see. Great job. And we are back. Now, we have a slight view of the pool behind our main focus. I'm not sure who's fighting, but let's see if we can get a little bit of this action in the back. Now, in that ring, I can tell you we have Elliot the Red directing in another fancy hat. Now, that is different from Elliot the Tall, which is me. Don't meet a lot of Elliots, but somehow we have two in the same club. And we are going to come back soon to our main pool, where we're going to have Nicky, Sayah, Sina from the Lonan League and Jocelyn from Masterless Fencing. Once they get started, we'll move and take a look. And we'll be right back when this pool starts. Everybody stay tuned. And we are back with the next pool. Joe is going through a short briefing with this pool, making sure that everybody is aware of all of the nuances of the rule set. We'll be starting very soon. Our first match is going to be Lonan League's very own Nicky, Sayah, Sina versus Jocelyn's Masterless Fencing. Can you tell us a little bit about Nicky, Sayah, Sina?
Nicky is a beast. I don't know what to tell you. He's faster than you think he is.
I have seen him fight a few times, and I have always noted he is aggressive, holds you down, and I never know where the heck his blade is coming from.
Absolutely. He pulls from a couple different manuscript styles, yeah. Some Hema, some more Eastern. styles, and he uses them both really well. But yeah, he hits hard, he hits well, it's a little bit like being in a tornado sometimes when I'm fighting Nicky.
Definitely. And he's got a very cool helmet. Now, you'll see gathered around some of the familiar faces. We've got Josh Handegard, who will be competing later, but you might know him from his earlier commentary. Yeah, Nicky, his helmet is just baller. It's got the crown kind of going on, all metal. Looks like something that might be used in reenactor venues.
Absolutely.
Boo Hurt or SCA, all of those rough boy stuff. And then we've got Kyler over here in Hema black and gray.
Absolutely.
Really cool looking arm guards here, shoulder guards,
I like it.
protecting his arms. I can tell you, having fought at Sword Squatch, I left with my entire left arm covered in bruises. So it's a good thing to protect, for sure.
Yeah, in my match, I was in a 4-person pool, so I only had 3 matches, and I'm a little sad. I'm not going to leave with a bunch of bruises. I guess that means I fought well, but I still like the bruises. I think they're fun.
So you see immediately right there, Nicky with the incredibly fast blade work, swinging in from one side, in from the other. You have to be very active with your defense. Not really claiming the center of the ring very hard, but that blade is just presenting danger at all times.
Yeah, moving that blade constantly. But yeah, I would agree that the blue fighter did have control of the ring there.
Oh, coming in with a strong Zornhau, holding that point forward parry, responding to the commitment of Kyler with just a great set of Zverkaus to the body.
Absolutely. You blink and the sword is on the other side of the fighter.
Coming back in.
Again, staying on the edge of that
measure.
ring. Oh, that might be a ring out
Staying
if he
on
lifts
the
his
edge,
foot.
the very edge.
Yeah, Joe's
Switching
got
up stances.
Joe's got his thinking face on.
Oh.
Is
Now
thinking
it
about
looked like Nicky went for the Zornhau, the combination parry and strike didn't quite hit, it looked to me. But the judges are going to call that a deep strike on Kyler.
Oh, there's that power I'm familiar with when it comes to Nicky.
Followed up with the Lonan series of chops. You get a big chop, and then you get a follow-up. Pop, 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 pop.
And that's what I mean about that tornado effect.
Exactly.
Yeah, I believe this is Mitchell in the chat saying the old SCA stuff. Yeah, Nicky did do some SCA, did some boffer in his past. And I'm sure that plays into it.
They're going to call that a double. Somebody got whacked, somebody got stabbed. First double of the match. The chops. A little more careful now.
I might be imagining it, but I think I might see a slight bend in Kyler's sword.
A bend in Kyler's sword.
Just a little bit, but
Well,
I'm
you
only
know,
catching it on certain angles.
As swords are swinging, if you have that momentum in any direction but on the edge, the sword does flex just a little bit. Ooh, another fast pair of Zornhaus to each other, trying to simultaneously attack and defend. They're going to call that no exchange. It was a little confusing.
Okay.
Okay.
I saw lots of movement from our blue fighter. Right. I agree with Joe. There was a lot going on, but everyone kind of really saw clearly the third hit, which is not what we're judging. We're supposed to be judging those first couple hits.
It is challenging. Oftentimes you hear the loudest one. I mean, sound is a big part of it.
Absolutely.
You hear the thwack, and that indicates that you should be halting the exchange, which obviously gives a strong bias towards who's getting the points, is who got the loud thwack.
Absolutely.
Blue suffers 2 wounds, so that is a win for Nicky, Sayah, Sina of the Lone and
Congratulations,
League.
Nicky.
Coming out like a tornado. Just flurries of cuts.
Hey, who do
Great
we got
fight
up now?
for both fighters.
Oh, already into our next
and we're
match.
jumping right in.
No time to waste in Joe's ring. I'm not quite sure who we have fighting right now, but I believe our blue fighter is from East Side.
Yes, we have Matias Quaranta from East Side
Right.
Feckbaron and Morgan Sinko from Austin Historical Weapons Guild, all the way from Texas coming in.
Wow.
Very impressive. Apparently could not find room in his luggage for fencing pants, so he is in gym shorts.
Ooh.
And those red dragon shin guards.
I don't wear fencing pants.
You said you don't wear fencing pants?
No. I'm wearing
Odd
some
choice.
sweats right now. I mean, I got knee guards. I got a little
My
skirt.
thighs. I need to protect them. They're my favorite feature.
Have you considered not getting hit in the thighs?
Okay. All right. I don't know if you've ever fought with Saber, but
Oh, you know what? I have not.
Dashel, our Saber or our single-handed coach, loves whacking my thighs. Interesting guard coming in, like a unicorn guard from Morgan.
Oh, I love that name.
Changing.
I wish Fiore had unicorns.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, I like a little hug.
Looks like Morgan is coming in with a much more Meyer-esque style, switching guards a lot, looking to seek that opening. Matias doing a great job of defending. Gets the deep target on Morgan. Interesting Zverkow attempt from Morgan.
You're calling it a double, I would agree.
That is a double. So that is the second double of the match. One more, and both fighters will lose.
Wow. I'm being told that Fiore has the bicorn, which is one more horn, so Fiore wins.
Yeah, very Meyer-esque movement from Morgan. Switching guards with a flowy. It's just not working against Matias. We have some deliberation with Joe and the judges. And they are going to call it a blow with afterblow. And we have a self-call from Morgan calling out the hit to the hand. Another example of honorable fencing. Coming in again with that flowy guard.
Beautiful,
going for the
quick little hand hit.
Beautiful, clean hand snipe just out of Matias's measure.
Hand snipe costs 1 hit points. Unlike a lot of point halt tournaments, IFG Tournament of the Roses utilizes a hit point system.
Great work from Morgan again, playing with that measure, waiting until the sword is out of the way, and then coming in for that cut to the chest.
Looks like we are at 3-3. So that means each fighter has 3 hit points. If you get down to 0 hit points, you lose. Oh, an interesting guard from Matias.
I didn't see a hit there. Joe may have seen something. Called the halt. No quality is being called. So strikes do have to have a certain level of quality. There are rules about what counts as a valid martial strike. It's based on what would be wounding if it happened with sharp blades in an unarmored fencing situation. Looks like another blow with afterblow. We're down to 2-2. Very tight bout.
Back with that really fun guard from Matias.
Some high guards. That looks like a
wow
alteration of the Vom Tag. A little bit further forward, keeping it more ready. That did look like a clean hit from Morgan. Let's see if the judges agree.
Yeah, I believe that's match.
He does agree.
Match red.
That is a win for Morgan. Great fencing from the fighter from Texas. I think it's Austin, Texas. I could be wrong. How many Austins are there in America?
At least one.
At least one. That's exactly right.
Wow. Again, really just jumping right into the next match.
We have Shark versus Kyler Jocelyn. Shark, so called because all of his gear is roughly shark themed. He is an IFG fencer. He will be going up against Kyler Jocelyn from Masterless Fencing.
I love a theme
there. Now, as I said before, I'm really excited to see the battle between Shark, Logan Ray, and Nicky, Sayah, Sina. Both big guys, a lot of presence.
That will be fun. It's like they're giving that point to Shark.
And it looks like we have a blow after blow. No after blow. After blow came out of tempo, so we just have a shallow target hit from Logan.
I saw a bit of a thrust from
beautiful
Shark.
Thrust.
Oh, but one of the judges is calling it a double. I don't know if Joe agrees. He's going to wash it.
So they're washing that exchange. They couldn't agree on if there was an afterblow or not.
Oh, hunting for those hands. Oh, nope. And then going right in.
Yeah.
That's a Zverk? That's it?
Something like that.
Something like that.
It was not the most perfectly formed Zverk I've ever seen, but it worked. Oh. You saw Kyler bait Shark into a high guard before sniping those hands yet again. Oh. Kyler with some very quick blade work. Looked like a shot to the body.
Oh, but Joe disagrees. He's saying shot to the body.
Arm on the way in. Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Shark moving into a Vom Tag, not defending Kyler's initial shot. I saw a blow after blow.
I saw a shot to the head from Shark. That's kind of all I caught.
Each fencer suffers one wound, blow after blow.
That brings us to 6-3. Kyler with 6 hit points left. Logan/Shark with 3.
Yeah, Logan trying to plant there in his fluke guard, waiting for an opening to strike, not quite finding it.
Call for medic, so we're a little bit distracted.
We have a situation on the rear rink. They're calling for a medic. It looks like somebody might have taken a hard blow to the head. We're going to continue fencing, and we'll give you an update on the potentially injured fighter in a little bit.
I will say IFG's medics have always been incredibly competent and able to respond quickly.
Very quick. You see we have a team of dedicated medics taking care of that fighter in the back, but we're going to continue on while they get taken care of. Logan taking a fool's guard back up into Flug, planting, waiting for an opening, trying to bait with a feinted thrust and a little bit of a furball, as you say.
Trying to grab that sword to some success. Looks like there might have been an afterblow.
That, in the slow-mo, looked like a really good play by Shark, planting that, but they are going
Looks like
to
that's
call
match.
it for Kyler. That is a win for Kyler, 4-0. Masterless fencing coming in with some excellent work. Up next, we have Nicky Sayah from the Logan League and Morgan Sinko from the Austin Historical Weapons Guild. God, that is a mouthful. I tell you what. This will be an interesting fight. I was noticing Morgan, it seemed to me, from what I could see, that his defense was a little bit slower. So I'm curious to see how he's going to deal with the fast flurries from Nicky Sayah.
We shall see. I'm noticing a lot of presence, though, in this pool. A lot of people who are not afraid to take up space, to get in the center of the ring, and to take what they want.
Exactly, exactly. You see that a lot with the bigger guys. You got to use the advantages that you have.
Leva hug. All right, here we go.
We're in.
Oh, coming in from a bicorno from Morgan. We were talking about the unicorn earlier. We got those too.
Interesting exchange there. We saw a cut up to the hand from Morgan with a good response from Nicky. But it looks like that afterblow was out of tempo, so one wound for Nicky. Nicky coming out swinging. Chops.
Oh, wow.
That was a very low chop from Morgan.
Did
not work out well. He got thrusted.
Yeah. That was fun. That was like pressing A a bunch while you're fighting in a video game.
Low kick, low kick.
Low kick.
But he got met with a beautifully structured thrust.
Oh, I heard a little hand snipe from Morgan.
Glancing shot to the hand.
You know, if Morgan wants to ever come check out Lonan, we would love to see him.
It's going to be a hard trip from all the way in Austin. I got to tell you what, I'm very glad that he came out here for the tournament. But hey, maybe when Sword Squatch rolls around. When is Sword Squatch this year?
Sword Squatch is in September. I believe it's the 5th through the 7th. And it's actually Sword Squatch's 10-year anniversary.
Wow.
It's the Squatch's birthday. He's turning 10.
The Squatch's birthday.
We're going to be celebrating.
Okay, from there we saw Nicky swing at Morgan's blade. Morgan did a little Durchwechsel, dipping his blade under, hitting the hands. Excellent work from Morgan.
Oh. I'm going to say that's a double. Let's see if the judges agree. Nope, not at all.
Blow.
I see.
Blow. I think that's reasonable. Both shallow targets, so it is likely going to be one wound for each fighter. Indeed.
All right, Nicky with 4 hit points and Morgan with 5.
Morgan cautious in that bomb tog.
Oh.
did not respond to the cut.
Oh,
Again,
maybe a gear issue for Nicky.
A little bit of a gear issue. Nicky's getting his leg protection fixed up. That's a big part of what the second is there for.
Yeah. Well,
you got those big gloves on. It's impossible
it's
to put
hard.
any gear on.
And those HEMA leg guards, they
love to come loose.
There's so many pieces and little things. That's why I have hockey leg guards, because they're made with people with TBIs. So you got 2 straps and you're done.
Exactly.
And they're Velcro. Oh, coming in with that power.
Yeah.
Just a really powerful downward strike from Morgan. But I don't know if it landed. Let's see. Let's watch the replay.
So we see a short high guard leading up, accurately deflected.
Oh, I saw a glancey blow to the head at Nicky, and then I saw it also strike to the hand.
Unterhau attempt from Nicky there.
Yeah.
Stopped. Shows great control that even mid-cut, he hears the halt, draws it back.
Absolutely.
Great control from Nicky Sayah Sina.
Oh, beautiful.
Slipped right past his guard.
Yeah.
Planting the thrust.
And they're saying, at least one judge is saying with control. Wow, that was really beautiful.
That is match. Nicky, Sayah, Sina. Blue fighter takes it. Not as much of the flurries as I would have expected from Nicky. He really approached that fight a little more cautiously, a little slower, methodical, planting those cuts with a decent amount of precision, except in the cases where they collided into a fur ball.
Absolutely. Oh, good hugs.
And we see a hug from
I'm
both
gonna say it every time. I love
fighters. We have Shark versus Matias Quaranta. An interesting Vom-Tag from Matias, that signature guard. Logan sitting in that Flug guard. No agreement, washed exchange. Now, I can tell you a little bit about Shark's fencing.
Please do.
He loves sitting in the Flug, baiting a response. He'll feint some thrusts or some light cuts, try and draw your guard away, and then he comes in for a very quick thrust or cut, generally aiming for deep targets. But it relies a lot on reaction time.
Absolutely.
Oh, very interesting. Deflected, crashed up to Krone, but Logan, Unterswerkt, planted it to the body.
I liked it.
But we don't see any agreement from the judges. Let's see what Joe decides.
Looks
They
like
are
he's
going to
given
call
some sort
that.
of point.
Yeah. Deep target for Logan. I think that's the right call. Oh, but with an afterblow. Okay.
Okay. Matias really favoring this guard. What's the name of it? You've said it like 3 times.
Vom-Tag.
Vom-Tag.
The good morning.
Good morning.
In the German system. It's
okay.
commonly used in Meyer and Lichtenauer. It's just any of those guards that sit on the shoulder.
Okay. Oh, you think that's a double?
I certainly think it could be. It did look like Logan wove around, may have hit something. I'm not quite at the right angle, so I couldn't.
Let's watch this replay.
All right. Blue self-calls, so we're at 5 wounds to 6. Oh.
I heard the hold.
in.
I didn't see a strike.
Yeah, nothing hit. Oh, they're saying Logan hit the head. With those see, there you see Logan really leaning into his signature strategy, waiting for that sword to move out of the way, quickly tapping on the head with a Shisen or a Zornhau.
5 HP to 1 HP.
We are down to 1 wound for Matias, 5 for Logan. Ooh, a quick flurry of blows for Matias. A Oberhau into his Zwerkow.
Looks like he got a shot in, but there was an afterblow. And so that was probably match red.
Yeah. Unfortunately, since Matias only has 1 wound, the afterblow is going to mean that Logan wins. Great work to Logan from Indes, Ferox, Gladio, and great work to Matias as well from Eastside Fechtbaron. Tough match. Up next, we've got Kyler Jocelyn on the blue side from Masterless Fencing versus Morgan Sinko from the Austin Historical Weapons Guild on the red side. See a fist bump and a hug.
And a
okay,
hug.
I was gonna call it out. Good on him. Coming in, both claiming the center. Morgan switching guards, feinting shots.
Oh.
And he finds his opening. That afterblow is going to be called out of tempo.
That's what I think. Yeah, no
Indeed.
afterblow, and I agree. That was out of tempo.
Again, claiming the center, shifting guards.
Oh.
A very quick, very pretty couple of shots from Kyler, going with the Zwerkopter, as they say,
and yet
switching sides with the Zwerkow.
And yet Morgan did have a thrust in there.
Joe is deliberating. They're going to call it a blow after blow, both to shallow targets.
Okay. Going for a little hand hit.
Looking for the hand hit.
I think Morgan
Good
thought
defensive.
he might have gotten that hand hit and was a little frustrated when it wasn't
Morgan
called.
with a self-call, calling the hand shot.
Okay. It means we're at 7-7. Oh.
Oh, much more aggressive. Morgan could not get past that guard. Excellent defensive work from Kyler, getting in the cut to the arm. Oh,
did you see that land?
I didn't see what landed. It looked like Morgan's upswing was not quite on target, but they're calling that as a shallow hit for Kyler. Again, exploring each other's range. Oh,
double.
Both committing at the same time. First double of the match.
Now, if these fencers get 2 more doubles, that is a double loss for both fighters. Oh, I saw that. That was nice.
Good exchange there.
I would agree. That's a clean hit.
Now
All right, we got a halt. Oh, for gear. Looks like that
judge
knee.
calling halt for a gear issue. Looks like our blue fighter's knee guard is starting to come off. They're not going to count that exchange as the halt was called out before any blows were dealt. Good safety call from our judge. Joe dealing with some of the scorecard issues that do come with having multiple tasks. DK, thanks for that question. There is a list of the pools and results online. It is on HEMA Scorecard. If you go to HEMAScorecard.com and look for the Tournament of Roses. Oh, great exchange. Look for the Tournament of Roses 2025. Enter in. You should be able to see all of the pools and results listed.
I can throw that link in the chat.
That was a blow and after blow. That unicorn guard again from, Morgan. Now, looks like Kyler planted that thrust at the same time that Morgan sliced across his belly.
Okay, they're washing it.
Though. Not call it a double.
I think he said it was low quality. Oh, I heard a little hand hit. Let's see if they agree. Yeah.
He is awarding the hand hit to the blue fighter.
It was, as Ryan would say, a little tippy.
A little tippy.
But, I got to say, hand hits are a beast. You don't want to get hit in the hands, even
Exactly.
tippily.
Hey, look, historically speaking, these duels would have happened without armor, with sharp blades. If your hand gets hit, that is a debilitating strike.
Absolutely.
A fool's guard from Morgan, jumping in, not quite making it past Kyler's defense, which is excellent so far.
Judges are in agreement. Blow with an afterblow to a shallow target.
One more wound apiece. It is a close match.
Wow. Really strong hits from Morgan.
Swinging for the fences.
Absolutely.
It did look to me like Morgan had the cleaner hit. Kyler had the cleaner hit.
But the judges disagree. Match blue. Congratulations.
Great work from both fencers again. You can see the exhaustion starting to set in for everybody diving in for these exchanges. Next up, we've got Nicky, Sayah, Sina versus Matias, Quaranta from Eastside Feckburin. Saluting each other, coming in for the hug.
I love it.
As written.
Joe says, no hugs allowed.
A lot of blue fighters in this pool.
Absolutely. I love this movement.
Oh, yeah. Matias with some very interesting flowing between guards. Doesn't quite work out as Nicky comes in with the shallow target.
I've always thought that if you start on one end of the ring and end the exchange on the other side of the ring, you're taking those angles that you need to take. So it's good to see that in that last exchange.
Great presence of mind from Nicky there. Matias goes in for a committed thrust, commits to the pose, holds on to the structure, and Nicky continuing to try and get past that defense as Matias goes past. They're going to wash that exchange for no quality.
I saw Matias' corner talking to Joe briefly, our director, but it looks like
Matias switching between guards. So is Nicky. A cut from either side. Mutierin almost. All right. They're calling that a washed exchange as well because all of the judges saw different things.
with a hint of double.
I
saw the double.
Slow-mo. You can see the double. But the judges don't have slow-mo. They don't know.
They don't. Oh, look at that.
That looked like another double to me.
I saw the strike from Nicky to the hands. I didn't see. Let's watch the replay. No.
I could see in the slow-mo the glancing blow off of Nicky's head. You'll see it right here. Never mind.
It's all right. Oh, looks like Matias got that strike, and there was a brief afterblow from Nicky.
They are both committing to the close measure attack. Nicky probing. Matias circling. Oh, very nice.
Little thrust from Matias.
Cutting down
thigh.
out of range, waiting for Nicky to act on what he thinks is an opening, bringing his sword back up,
Oh, nice.
stabbing him in the leg. Great work from Matias there.
Oh, so bouncy from Matias. I really like that. Oh,
Now he tried it again.
and the judge
And
just
it looks
disagree
like
on the
we
outcome.
have some disagreement. I did see hits from both fighters. I cannot tell in what tempo.
Me either.
They're going to call that a wound on Matias. Nicky shifting footwork.
Oh, nice. I saw the hit from Nicky. There might have been something before that, but I saw that
Again,
body hit from Nicky.
Matias is really going in for a hit and stopping. Nicky, no stop in him. Goes for the hit, continues striking until the judge calls halt. Definitely quality strategy there. They're calling no exchange there.
Oh, do we think it's a double? I heard one hit.
They both fainted to
Okay.
a high opening, cut
There's-
around to a low opening.
Judges are saying that's going to Nicky.
Judges are saying it's going to Nicky. Matias fainting again, trying to open up one side of the defense. Hit with afterblow on a shallow target.
We got replay out.
You can see in this replay, Matias feints that strike from the right, switches around to the left.
Got some swords clashing, but no one hitting each other, so they're still going. Oh, I saw the hit from
Very
Matias.
interesting approach from Matias there, entering almost an ox guard with a Zverkow into an ox guard, stepping in a bit, and then unwinding into a sort of schnappen.
That was really beautiful.
Oh.
Okay.
Matching Zverkow's clean hit blue. Interesting.
All
call.
right. I don't know if I agree, but I'll take it. Let's watch the replay.
Ah, he did block it with his cross guard. Yeah. Great work from Matias. Nicky comes back with a shallow shot. Close match. Ooh, very quick parry riposte from Nicky. Matias has no answer.
Each fencer has 2 hit points left. Oh, I heard a little
Cautious.
pop from Nicky to Matias.
I would call that, yeah, clean shot from Nicky. It looks like he defended the response.
Yeah. The other judge gave it to Matias briefly, and then with a confused look from Joe, quickly switched over to Nicky. It's hard, judging. You can't always keep track of everything.
Some scoreboard issues for Joe. Getting them solved. All right, we have 1 point for Matias, 2 points for Nicky.
It really
this
could
is
be
likely
anyone.
the last exchange. Cautious. Staying out of measure, looking for their opening.
Oh.
Ooh.
I saw
Disagreement from
an
the judges.
afterblow. I thought it was a shot from Nicky with an afterblow from Matias. Looks like. Let's see if Joe claims the afterblow. Yes, so that is match for Nicky,
Match for Nicky.
but a close one
Well
and a
done,
hard-fought
Nicky,
win.
with Logan, really making those flurries of cuts come in and working for him.
Now,
Excellent work.
I believe what's next might be the fight that. Oh no, not quite yet.
No, 2 big guys, different big guys.
Yeah.
Shark versus Morgan.
I'm also excited for this one.
I'm very interested to see how Morgan responds to Logan's sort of static style. Morgan likes to sit in one position, create an opening. Morgan likes to flow between guards. Curious to see what kind of openings Shark shoots in on. A salute from Morgan, showing good sportsmanship. And of course, the hug. And we're off. Opening with the flute guard. Chopping in. Looks like trying to overwhelm Morgan's defense. They're going to call that no quality. Reasonable. Logan claiming the center of the ring, defending against a hand shot from Morgan, responding with his own, but receiving the afterblow, so that'll be one wound for each fencer. Interesting fencing from Logan here. And from Morgan. Going into the high guard, looking to pressure Logan into opening up. It looks like they're saying Morgan hit Shark's hilt, which is not his hand. So he receives one wound. Oh, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. You see Logan wait for the opening, thrust in when Morgan is switching guards. Let's see how Joe scores it. Okay, he's calling it a double. Morgan's upswing hit at approximately the same time as Morgan's Zornort. Morgan approaching a high guard. Another double. Unfortunately. Both fighters need to work on defending the incoming blows instead of just attacking. That is two doubles. One more will lead to a double loss. Ooh, very interesting. We saw a thrust from Logan. I thought he ducked under the responding blow, but it looks like they are calling that an afterblow. Both coming in again at the same time. Not... So one of our judges called a double. Joe disagrees. Looks like he saw a blow, an afterblow, but they're washing the exchange.
Oh.
Nobody wants to fight the end on three doubles.
Yeah, it is truly demoralizing because you don't even feel the success of losing valiantly.
Exactly. Very interesting bout so far. Morgan doesn't seem to know how to respond to Logan's specific style of fencing. Another blow after blow.
The judges, yeah, a little hand snipe with an afterblow. That's one hit point from both fighters. Oh.
Logan again abandoning defense in favor of offense, going for the first hit.
They're calling it a blow after blow, and I absolutely understand that it is, And I would argue that maybe the idea of the double is to prevent fighting without thinking of defense. And I would argue that that exchange did not have defense in mind.
I will say throughout this whole fight, I felt very much the same. We see a tricky single-handed thrust from Morgan, which does land. They're going to call the afterblow low quality. Neither fighter is really putting any priority on defense. Logan's style is counter offense.
And honestly, I've been there. Oh, okay, I saw a little hand hit from
That
Morgan.
looked like a clean hit to the hand from Morgan. Judges all agree, which makes me think that I am right in all things.
Well, we're at 2-2 with 2 doubles. Lots of 2s, if those are your angel numbers or whatever.
That has a high chance of being called as a double. I think that Morgan may have deflected the blow.
You know, I think directors get to this point where there's 2 doubles and they're like, I just don't want to call the third. I don't want to ruin the vibe.
Find any excuse.
Yeah. Well, you know, this judge says it's not, so I'll go with this. Just to keep that fun going, because it's not fun to
In
double
the
out.
slow-mo, it did look like a clean hit from Shark, actually. He got
All
that
right,
thrust
that
in.
is match Shark.
Excellent work for Indes, Ferox, Gladio again. And the key to that kind of strategy is having the structure and the presence of mind to have your attack cover the line that your opponent is attacking from, so that you're, and it is a common strategy, especially in Fiore, in Meyer, you know, the idea of the Meister How, the master strike, is combining your offense and defense into a single action.
I think that's, one of the core tenets of Fiore. And I was talking a little bit earlier about the influences of La Tosa Eskrima on some of Lonen's fighters. Not all of them, but some of the Fiore fighters. And you see that mindset as well, where like, hey, the best defense is a good offense.
Exactly. It does help to have a little bit of defense, though, when your opponent is a little more aggressive than you
I
are.
suppose.
All right, next up, we've got Matias Quaranta against Kyler Jocelyn. Matias from Eastside Fekburin, Kyler from Masterless Fencing. I almost just started the timer for the hug, which frankly should be counted as part of the combat. Both taking high guards. Kyler switching to a lower guard, a fool's guard even. Probing, prodding each other's defenses, seeing where the openings are.
The Unterhau. I'm picking up this language as you're putting it down, so. Unterhau. All right, that's the one.
Well, you know, how is for the hue, the cut, and Unter is under, a cut coming up from underneath.
I can follow that at least, but beyond that, oh, look at this. Very bouncy. Matias
Some
voiding that
deflected shots. Yeah. Matias using his measure as defense, standing at the edge, coming in and out. And it pays
Great
off.
restraint from Kyler. Once that halt was called, stops the blow maybe an inch or two away from Matias's body.
And I will say, I saw a blow after blow. It did look like that after blow came really close to the back of the head, which is a off-limits target. Again, using that measure, creating a threat by spinning his sword, going in for the attack, resetting the engagement. Very Meyer-esque spinning of the blade up.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that strategy. I haven't seen that before.
We have a grapple. Now, grapples are ended after 5 seconds if there's no progress. And it looks like nobody saw a decisive blow. You could definitely see Kyler was going for the thrust, trying to wrap that blade and dig his sword into Matias's body. Didn't quite get there. Very
Saw a hit
interesting.
from Kyler.
Matias again getting stuck after his first intention attack, falling victim to the follow-ups. Blue suffers 1 wound for that. Matias needs to work on his second and third intention attacks. Very great parry riposte from Matias, bringing his sword up high, displacing Kyler's blade, Untersverking into the body.
Well, what's the difference between a Zverk and a How?
A Zverk, okay. Well,
Walk me through it.
okay. So a Zverk How
Oh,
is what's
okay.
referred.
This is too
Okay,
much. Maybe
all
we'll
right.
do it in a break.
Basically, a Zverk How is a horizontal cut. Typically, it is above the head. If you can imagine, it is like you're making a helicopter motion
Well, this
above your
the
head.
Zverkcopter. Okay, I'm familiar with
The
with this.
Zverkcopter, right? Now, what makes it an Untersverk is when you dip that point so that the
Oh.
angle of the blade comes up from underneath, which
Okay.
is a great tactic for defeating a high guard, which is a common
Right.
response to the Zverkau. It's
So
very
you,
easy
you
to.
Untersverk your Zverkau. So is it an Untersverkau?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take it. In Fiore, I'm going to go for that pommel underneath. And that's why I struggle against KDF fights. There's just, I don't know all their words or their moves.
That is the benefit to reading manuscript.
I guess. And our KDF fencers at Lonan absolutely do.
Oh, a very quick Viper-like strike to the hands in response to Kyler entering his measure without.
Yeah, I really liked that.
Yeah. Great open eye fencing from Matias.
Oh, fast.
Went for another Zverkau. It looked like it made it under the parry. It was a little too quick.
Checking in with power, perhaps.
Now Matias,
Someone might
I
be
think, is
self-calling.
Self-calling.
Or is at least acknowledging the power level.
Yeah. It did look like a hard strike, so there is something to be said for maintaining a safe level of power.
Looks like both fighters are comfortable continuing.
Oh, I have the score wrong on the board. Currently it's 4-3. Never mind, it's 4-2 now. Matias holding that high Vomtog.
Going for that
Making
little
sure to cover his measure.
hand stripe.
Interesting left Vomtog to left Vomtog. We have a twisting entry from Matias and a little bit of a mess there. They're going to call that a clean blow to a shallow target. Another close match. Now, some interesting probing shots from Kyler there. It looked to me like those probing shots, if he had just committed, he was well within measure to just plant that thrust.
Honestly, I missed all of it, so I'm going to believe you. Is this match? I'm seeing clapping.
Well, it was a really cool exchange that you just missed.
Oh, I'm so sorry I missed it.
Coming in again, 2-2.
Oh,
Oh,
nice little hand. Oh, got caught in the glove.
clean shot to the hand, and you know it hit because it almost took the glove with it.
Yeah, judges agree.
You love when you have a clear-cut exchange like that.
Now, are you a gauntlets kind of guy or a clamshell kind of guy when it comes to your gloves?
I am a watching the fight kind of guy mostly. Holy heck, that was really cool.
Beautiful.
No, when I fence, I like gauntlets. I just recently inherited a second-hand pair of sparring glove fingered gauntlets from Joe, actually, and I've found that I quite like them. I like the flexibility it offers in how you grip your hilt, but clamshells obviously offer a safer experience. No exchange on that.
Ooh.
That looked
I
like
saw a little
clean
hand hit
to
from
the hand.
Red? Yeah, judges agree.
Shallow. Kyler Jocelyn takes the win.
Congratulations, Red.
Excellent work again from Kyler. Masterless fencing, like I said, showing up,
Big
showing
smiles.
out.
All right, this is the match I believe you've been waiting for.
Yes.
Shark
Logan
versus Nicky from Lonan. I think this will be a fun one. We've seen from Nicky a lot of presence, the ability to plant a point, and we've seen from Shark the ability to kind of control that ring. So we'll see how this goes.
Definitely the ability to land an attack.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can defend against the flurry of blows.
We shall see.
Oh!
Beautiful thrust.
Planted it right in his chest. Let's see if they call that control. Probably
I saw
not.
an afterblow. I don't think the judges, it might have been out of tempo.
They did not see control. I gotta
would
say
agree.
I
There was no
disagree,
control.
but that's just me. Maybe that's the bias coming through.
I think it might be.
Again.
Beautiful. Unterspheric. No, I can't.
Again,
I can't.
Logan is planting the thrust while Nicky makes his attack, abandoning defense in favor of getting the first hit. Now, of course, he did not defend against the afterblows either, so Nicky was able to come out still with a wound.
Oh, wow. Could have been a
Logan.
double, but neither of them hit.
Logan is liking that thrust. It's looking like a high percentage technique right now.
All right, looks like we're at 8-6.
Let's see how long he stays in that well.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, I saw the
A
strike.
deflection and that Untersverkal, like we said. But they think Nicky got the first hit.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw that, but I'm not as close as they are. Looks like we're pausing a little bit for gear. We got some shoelaces to tie.
Yet another leg protection issue.
We gotta go with those hockey legs. They figured it out.
All right, Logan getting amped up. You can see him jumping, going for those counter attacks in the same tempo, trying to angle his blade to cover the incoming attack.
Yeah, I saw that pop down from Logan.
Yeah, interesting. So they actually both parried their first intention attack. Oh, I messed up the score, everybody. Okay, it's correct now. Logan doing a great job of getting that first intention attack in before Nicky can respond. Nicky responding with a flurry of blows. Ooh.
I'm seeing this a lot from Logan, this like hit and then this pulling back and disengaging and hitting from a different angle on the same side.
Yeah.
Just kind of pulling. I'm told that's Meyer. And I believe whoever told me that. Oh, see, there it is again.
It looked like Nicky may have hit the hand first, but the judges do not appear to have seen that. They're going to call that for Shark. His blow was definitely a stronger blow, so reasonable.
You were saying earlier, and I would agree, sometimes the auditory element of what you can hear ends up being the scoring element.
It's big.
Again, we're having some technical issues with Nicky's shoes, but it seems like they've been resolved. We were at 5-2, so Nicky has 2 hit points. Logan Shark Ray has 5.
All Logan needs is another thrust to the head, but he
Looks like
settles for a clean hit to the hand.
taking a clean hit to the hand. So that'll put Nicky at 1 hit point and Logan at 5.
Nicky seems to be unused to people that are more aggressive than he is.
Yeah, and I think that's going to cost him the match. But a good showing from both fighters.
So that
Did
is
the
going
fight
to be...
live up to your expectations?
No, not at all. I was hoping for a little more a little more back and forth, I suppose, is what I was hoping for. I was hoping that Nicky's defense would overcome Shark's strong first intention attacks and how they would both respond to that stimulus. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for Indes, Ferox, Gladio, Logan's first intention attacks were too on the nose, too strong. So he ends up taking the victory over Nicky. Great fight for both fighters.
Absolutely. Seems like, once again, our greatest enemy is our own exhaustion.
Hey, we'll take another win in the rivalry. Indes, Ferox, Gladio, on our home turf, making a good showing.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that in the other pools that we're not seeing on the stream, there's a lot of loan-in success, as there is every year.
I think you're being called to do an interview.
All right, I'll be
deviate
back
for
in
that.
just one moment. Testing. All right. Fantastic. Nicky, that was a great pool. Saw a lot of great blade work from you, a lot of really quick flurries of blows. Didn't quite work in the last match. What do you think happened?
I don't know. He probably had better reach on me, and as I was stepping in for a cut, he was catching me before. I don't know. There's some stuff I thought I got, but the judges didn't go with me, so
Definitely. It is hard, judging in these very fast-paced scenarios. A lot of times what gets called is the stronger hit as opposed to the first hit, and you do see some discrepancies there. Now, it did seem like you're absolutely correct. Those first intention attacks were kind of making it through. You got a lot of afterblows as well with those flurries, but do you think that it was the level of aggression? In your first three fights, you were fighting against people that were maintaining distance. Last one, he was sort of getting in there. How do you typically adjust to that?
I don't practice the German, where they have a term called seize the vor, and he probably just had a little bit longer reach on me. Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it, but I'm used to, my club is used to pressure and aggression, so this isn't something, it's something I should be able to deal with. So
Lonan, very well noted for that sort of aggression, chops, with your home tournament, Sword Squatch being that continuous fencing, aggression, going to battle. Are you looking forward to that tournament?
The Sword Squatch? Oh, absolutely. It's continuous fighting is what we train for, and so some people think it's really sloppy fighting, but the fact is, if you don't protect yourself, no one gets points. And
Exactly. Can you tell us a little bit? We were noticing your helmet is really fascinating. I was wondering if you could bring that on real quick. Tell us a little bit about it.
Sorry about that. So this is a Leon Paul. I don't know if they call it a mullet. It's no longer in production. It was their attempt to make a HEMA appropriate mask. And then my clubmate Maeve did the artwork, and so I practice Fiore, Italian. So I got the Italian crown here as a mask.
It's very cool.
And a friend of mine in a different tournament once quoted, it sounds arrogant of me, like fighting you is like going into a storm. So like a storm theme thing.
Can you hold it up for the camera so we can get a good shot? Yeah, fantastic.
So pride before the fall.
Still a king in my mind. All right.
Great job. He deserves his points.
He absolutely does. Great fights. We're looking forward to seeing you soon.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right, we are going to take another short break while we wait for the next set of fighters to be ready. Stay tuned. Come on back. We'll have more high-octane fencing action in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the IFG Tournament of Roses. We are about to start the next pool in our Open Longsword tournament. I have with me Melissa Barker from the Lonan League. I am Elliot Cosgrove of the IFG Club. We have two rivals sitting here together. How you feeling?
Rivals. I'm feeling good. Can I throw a quick shout out to Brian Ham, who has been cleaning his house to the lo-fi music of our Please Wait.
By golly, well done, Brian Ham.
Brian,
get that house clean.
That's
Chill
not something you
lo-fi.
can always do, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
We are going to start a bit of a weird pool. We've got a 3-person pool coming up.
Yes, we
That
do
means
have...
that each fighter only gets the opportunity to fight someone else 2 times. So we'll see. That can be disappointing for some fighters. You know, some of them travel a long way to fight a lot, but hopefully we can push them into elims and we have some open sparring in our other bay. So
our first bout is going to be between Zack Whitney of the IFG, and that looks like Thomas Rich of Lonan. Is that correct?
It is, but I see him walking away, so I'm not quite sure.
Oh, he's walking away.
What's going on? We'll see. We'll find out. Maybe it's a gear thing.
Oh, it is actually going to be Connor McElroy from Inland Northwest Longsword Academy, a club that I have not heard of.
They're the ones in Spokane. That's Connor's club.
Oh,
yeah.
Right, in Spokane. Very nice city. Home of Gonzaga University, where my girlfriend went to school. Kind of fun
and
fact
you
there.
Don't even know the local HEMA club? I am disappointed.
I mean, I've never even been there, so
okay,
that shows
I see
what a
how
bad
it is.
boyfriend I am.
Well, on that note, let's start fighting.
All right, and we start. Zack versus Connor. Connor going for a slice across Zack's forearms. But it looks like they are counting Zack Whitney's strike to the body. And again, a high Vomtog for Connor. A point forward guard for Zack.
Oh, I saw a little pick off of...
Oh!
Could have been controlled if not
Disarmed as part of the thrust. Planted it so well that Zack's parry wrenched the blade out of Zack's hand.
That's a fun one. I always
don't
like
think
that.
indicates control.
I would guess. Whoa. Yeah, one of the judges saying control. I've got to say no. If you let go of your sword, you don't have control over it.
Don't even have control over your own sword. How can you claim to have control over your opponent?
Oh, look at that replay. That's a little silly. I like it.
Great replay. They are going to award control.
All right.
I left the timer running like a silly goose. So sorry. So that is 4 wounds to Zack and back into the action. Again, low guard for Zack, high guard. Oh,
little pick off the hands. That's beautiful.
Quick snipe of the hands.
And was able to get out cleanly.
Zack always presenting a threat with his point out. Looked like 2 missed strikes, but maybe a slice across the arms for Zack.
That's what I saw a hit from Connor, but it might have been with the flat of the blade.
No wounds awarded. Washed
Ooh,
exchange.
Okay. Connor coming in with a really low.
Interesting.
Oh.
Oh, great control from Zack,
Beautiful.
pulling that thrust at the halt.
Now, reasonably, we will award yellow cards if you're not able to do that. But I wish there was some sort of method of awarding that great control.
And we have a self-call. Well, we actually do have a system of rewarding that.
Tell me a little bit about it.
We have tokens. Obviously, we can't show one on camera because we're focused on the fencing, but we have little tokens that go out for honorable fencing, stylish fencing, whatever.
We got a self-call from Zack.
We had a self-call from Connor for the last exchange and a self-call from Zack for this exchange. Oh! Strong first intention from Connor. Let's see where it lands.
Looks like not in his favor.
The afterblow looks to be parried. So we'll take a clean hit to a deep target, bringing the score to 2-4. And remember, low points is bad. The system relies on wounds. You have a number of wounds. After you take that many hits, with each section of the body being a different point value, you lose. 0 points is a loss.
Paul says, letting go of the sword is better than hanging onto it for safety. Seems like control to me. I do believe that's the better safety call. I still don't think that's controlling the sword. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, blades out of your hands, that seems like a...
Oh, look at this grapple.
A grapple.
Pretty messy one, but I like it.
Furball, hard to tell.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Okay, so it looks like Connor did get a hit to the head off.
Okay, they're going to wash it instead of giving them a double.
Okay, I can see that. Wow.
Oh,
okay.
Both.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is a
passe.
double. I agree with the
Honestly,
judges.
they're going to call it a double. I would have said neither of those hits had any quality.
Oh, okay. I like that. I'm really liking Connor's physical presence, kind of crouching, really taking advantage of that low center of gravity and saying oh, I can go lower.
Yeah, low level, coming in fast, controlling, very committed first intent actions, does get a little messy.
Yeah.
Now Zack, of course. Oh! Great
That's a fun
thrust
one.
to the face. There should not be an afterblow for that. That afterblow looked like low quality to me.
Interesting. Oh, wait, who did that thrust? I thought it was...
Zack got the thrust to the head.
Let's watch the replay.
Beautifully
Oh,
planted.
my gosh.
And Connor tried to counter thrust, but to me it looked very passe.
I think the only one I saw was Connor, but that looking at the replay, that thrust was gorgeous.
Oh, and Zack self-calls his last.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's honor. I hope someone gives him a token for that, because that is beautiful.
I think that I may. For both excellent control and for honorable fighting. Self-call to the detriment of his own tournament standings.
Wow. I wish I had one of those red tokens on me. I'd run out right now and give it to him.
All right, next up is going to be the match that I thought it was. Zack Whitney from Indes, Ferox, Gladio versus Thomas Rich from Logan League. Excuse me. You see Thomas jumping. Green guy. You see Thomas jumping with his second, another Logan League member. You just saw Melissa hand off a token recently acquired to Zack for excellent sportsmanship. And here we go. Thomas running in, claiming the center. Zack keeping composed with a beautiful parry with the false edge, cut to the body.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Excellent work.
Thomas going in with those little pokey strikes, seeing if he can catch anything on the way in and out.
He tried the hokey pokey.
Now,
And
Thomas
he is taking them all around.
Thomas is the kind of guy that you show him something once and he can replicate it pretty quickly.
We have another self-call from Zack for a hit to the hand.
Oh, well, I heard that hit from Thomas to the arms.
Looked either like a blow after blow, perhaps a double. No exchange, no.
They're
green.
washing it. I heard it, though. Oh.
Oh, heard that.
Oh. I think they're going to start with that thrust, but we both saw that blow after blow.
I will point out that there was a strong hit to the hand that we all heard. No self-call from the Lonan fighter. Just want to point that out.
Okay.
Just as a, not saying nothing. But that is a blow after blow. Oh, excellent parry, wrapping the sword. No martial strike there that I saw. The judges disagree. I saw a well-parried strike. But they're going to have Zack suffer 2 wounds. Let's see if we can see what's going on here. Yeah, I really disagree with the judges there.
Oh, do you think that's a double? So we just had a moment where a different pool called halt, and so our fencers saw that it was them, and so they halted. So a little bit of a mess, but I think we're moving on. Oh! Did you see that?
Spinning Moulinet shot.
Oh my
Something
gosh.
that Zack is very well known for in our club is a very flowy, Moulinet heavy, keeping the sword moving, always presenting a threat. Excellent work from Zack.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful.
Coming in, now feeling each other out a little bit. Some short chops. Staying out of measure. An attempt to cut at the hands.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. So we had a well-parried thrust. He parried the initial thrust, but didn't get a hold of Thomas's blade, so Thomas was able to swing around, smack him in the head.
Got him right in the side of the head.
Great presence of mind from Thomas to not get his sword grabbed. That is going to count as a blow after blow. Oh, looks like they caught a light tap to the hand by Thomas. Back in, Zack applying pressure now.
Oh.
Grabbing the sword again. Oh, setting up a beautiful grapple, controlled thrust. Should absolutely.
Oh, but they're saying
they
no
didn't
exchange.
see anything. Oh, what a shame.
Oh, got him in the arm guard. I don't know if that counts as a viable target. Looks like one judge is agreeing with, or is disagreeing, but yeah, let's watch this replay, see if we can get anything.
See.
I think it was a thrust to the arm.
In
Let's
the
see.
slow-mo. Zack. Oh.
Yeah, I would say with control if you're saying the arm guard is a viable place to go in, but
With control, you say?
oh, maybe not with control.
No, not with control. He didn't have any hands on Zack's blade. There was an afterblow prepped and going. Of course, Zack showing excellent control, not just whacking the crap out of that beautiful Wakusi mask.
I was challenged with the idea that if I think that Chad's little frills of the mohawk should be a target, then I also have to agree that the arm guard is.
Well, the arm guard is required by the
Arm guard's
tournament.
required.
That's what I'm saying. As opposed to the optional frill that the head guard, it's an elective
Absolutely.
aesthetic piece versus the arm guard being just a requirement, not part of the usual gear set. And here we see some deliberation, maybe some explanation of why points
We're
are
trying to
being
decide
handed out.
how this arm guard works.
In any case, Joe has scored a deep target, so the score is now
We're
2-2.
at 2-2.
Both fighters cautious, low on wounds. Zack maintaining blade presence, keeping a threat going.
Yes.
Oh,
What is this?
That looked like a deflection of a thrust.
Yeah.
So Thomas thrusted, Zack deflected, shoved the pommel in.
Okay. Looks like, they're giving the pommel to Zack. Match blue.
for
Congratulations, Zack.
exactly what I said. I swear to God, they should have me directing out there.
Let's watch the replay on that last shot.
Let's see
I'm
the
curious what
replay.
happened.
Thrust, deflected, grabbed, and you can see Zack with his pommel underneath Thomas's
Yes.
arms and not really driving it in. Now, we did have an incident last year where somebody drove that pommel into the face mask, caused a concussion, had to pull out of the tournament. So
Absolutely.
another instance of great control from Zack, demonstrating the ability to make an attack without causing damage.
I see.
Up next, we've got Connor McElroy from the Inland Northwest Longsword Academy. Another long mouthful of a name. And Thomas Rich again for Lone and League. Let's see how this goes. Two fast, bouncy fencers.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see how this one turns out.
Definitely. All right, the break is over. They have saluted. We have stopped hugging.
We're done with hugging. No more friendship.
Time for competition.
Battle only.
Okay, interesting. Nobody called either of those strikes. That looked to me like a blow after blow situation. The judges agree.
They're saying shallow target, so that's 1 hit point from both fighters.
Joe is explaining, now, both of those fighters halted when they thought they hit each other.
Yes.
Joe is explaining, don't stop fighting until the judges call halt.
It's a hard skill to train because sometimes if you truly wait to hear it and you miss it, you could be hit with an excessive force warning or a failure to halt.
Definitely.
And yeah, you got to keep going. If the judges don't see it, the judges don't see it. I saw a hand strike from Thomas with an afterblow. Yeah, I would agree with the judges.
Blow after blow. Judges agree. Yeah, Connor really staying low. Oh, does get tapped in the face twice, actually, but the judges don't see
Not
it.
caught by the judges.
I saw 2 strikes to the head from Thomas there.
It's like they're going to
Good
wash
composure
it.
for both of them to keep fencing.
Yeah, I thought they were both going to fall over. Oh, a
Another.
double. I think that's a double.
I thought that Thomas deflected that shot with his hilt
Oh,
while landing that
I think you
thrust.
might be right because the judges are agreeing with you and not me.
Got eyes like an eagle. Oh. Okay,
So
interesting.
that wraparound shot from Connor
Yeah.
hitting Thomas in the arm. Oh,
Very
but they're
nice.
saying no. They're saying it's a deep target.
I saw it to the head. I think. Hard to tell. Yeah.
Maybe I should just make jokes.
Oh. Hey, color commentary is an important part of
Yeah,
any
right.
live stream. all right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looks like Blue struck another deep target, finally finding his range here. Not halting.
Oh,
Gear.
Gear.
All right, we are halting
gear call.
for gear. We had a thumb guard come off, and that is one of the easier bones to break in this sport is the fingers
Absolutely.
if your glove malfunctions. So good call on gear.
It was a good, weird pause because he ringed himself out and just kind of stood still. I didn't hear a gear call until someone else did it, but I appreciated the clarity of that.
There was some very interesting exploratory thrusts there before they finally dived in, trying to find that measure. It's one of the most important things, is finding the range. Oh, beautiful work from Thomas, voiding that strike.
That was really
cutting
gorgeous.
around to the arm. They will call that a blow with afterblow, bringing Thomas down to 1 wound.
Okay.
Connor, amped.
Oh, do we think that's a double?
I don't think
But
so.
that judge
I think
thinks
that
that
would
judge
be-
agrees with me. Joe's looking at the score before he makes a decision.
Joe discussing with the judges.
Oh, okay. I think we're down to 1-1, so this is anyone's match.
So
Oh,
yeah,
no,
that
no.
was a
We are
strike
not.
to the body with an afterblow.
All
Match goes to Connor McElroy.
It was a really fun match. I think both of them
Absolutely.
are the bouncier of their... Oh, my gosh. We're already at the end of the pool. Like I said earlier, it's only a 3-person pool.
Is the end. So we are going to try to plow on to the next pool. We're going to take a short break while that gets set up. We'll be back in a moment.
I have a very important question for you. We've already talked about pizza. What do you think is the ideal tournament snack?
Protein bars
Protein bars?
and trail mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, basically, from a competitive standpoint, you want high density calories, protein, carbohydrates. You want to refuel because it is absolutely brutal. I mean, we've already talked about the just massive level of exhaustion that goes into it. Every muscle is screaming by the end. So having replacing that glycogen in your muscles is really important.
Delightful.
What about you?
I don't like the texture of a protein bar most of the time, but I found one recently that are kind of puffy. They're like puffs covered in chocolate. And I went, I can do a protein bar that's a marshmallow covered in chocolate
Fair
any
enough.
day.
When you make it like candy,
Yeah, I will eat it.
gotta have it.
If it's protein and sugar, it's fine now, right?
Yeah. I agree. A little chocolatey goodness.
Absolutely.
Pretzels
we have some
are also a
lone
good
and
one.
deliberation on the screen. We can see some excited chatting about that pool and how it went.
Yeah, it went okay for Thomas. I believe he took what? Took 2. I don't have my scorecard pulled up. How unprepared could I possibly be?
The most unprepared. Well fought, Connor, and good job, Inla. I agree. I think Inland Northwest Longsword Academy always kind of comes in with a good showing. They also have such a great attitude. I've liked everyone I've ever met from there. We're trying to peek to that match in the back. Looks like we have Daria in blue from Lonan, and I'm not familiar with the fencer in red.
That looks to be Mace from
All right.
Indes, Ferox, Gladio.
Gosh, your fighters have such cool names.
Well, it's what happens. Cool club, cool names. Elliot the Tall, Elliot the Red, Shark, Goose, Mace,
So good.
Raiden.
Let's see how this
You
goes.
know, doesn't get much better than that. Whoa, an interesting swing over there from the Lonan fighter. Mace maintaining his composure.
Now,
Going for a very low. Ooh.
this is Daria's second tournament of the day. She fought in WBT and was actually in my pool. And so she's been doing quite well today.
How'd she do there?
I think she won 2 of her matches. So
Well.
she's been giving us a showing of her abilities and is able to keep chugging on in a way that a lot of the fighters today, this is their first tournament.
Definitely. It is hard. That is a big part of why I'm commentating today instead of competing, is I did not feel like training my cardio.
Absolutely not. Are you competing at all this weekend?
Absolutely not.
It is exhausting.
It is exhausting. I've been asked to commentate, and I take that. I take that as an opportunity to not train so gosh darn hard, because all I'm doing here is flapping my gums.
It's great. We get all the attention, and we don't have to fight that much at all.
Some deliberation over there for the judges. It did look to me like Mace landed a nice thrust. Unfortunately, we don't have the scoreboard up over here. I can't exactly tell you what's going on, but it does look like Daria got the hit with an afterblow.
And they're back at it. Oh, but a pause. Looks like the match has ended. I'm not sure who won, but congratulations to the winner. Looks like we are gearing up now for our next pool here in Ring 1. Joe, our director, is talking to Pool 16, Pool 1-6, going over the basics. As someone who's received that speech a lot of times, I can imagine Joe is saying something like, hey, I'm looking for some clean fencing today. I'm looking for honor. And I'm looking for gear check.
In case anybody was curious, I pulled up the scores. It looks like Mace did take that match with 2 wounds remaining.
Congratulations, Mace.
Great job to both of them.
Sometimes directors use this opportunity to talk about their policy regarding yellow cards or regarding warnings, or to clarify rules that they have found previously in the tournament such far to be tricky or need clarification.
Absolutely. Now we've got a great pool coming up here.
Oh, I'm
we've
excited.
Got Joshua Handegard standing there. Previously commentating, you heard him briefly. One of my great friends. We've also got Drew Lott from Lonan.
We in this pool? I don't see her.
What I have on my list, but I have been wrong before.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't see Drew up there. I do see Kevin from Lonan. Looks like Joe's checking in right now, so.
All right, Pool 16. It's going to be Josh Handegard, Angelo, Bologna, Josh Petrie, Kevin Tang, Ben Johnston, So on the red side for our first match, we are going to have the illustrious Josh Handegard, seconded by Shark, two of the pillars of the IFG community.
Pillar of IFG community. That's delightful.
Pillars.
Delightful. Well, I love Josh's mask.
So our first match is going to be Josh Handegard in the red corner, Angelo Bologna of Bridge City Blades in the other corner.
Two
blue.
Portland clubs.
Two of the Portland clubs. When we swap over, we'll see that Andy Plymate is the second for Andrew.
Oh, and the
For Angelo,
corners are
excuse me.
hugging. Oh, hugging all around. And now the fighters are feeling bad that they didn't hug first. So now they're going
And now
back to
the
it.
hugs are coming back. We've
Yeah,
abandoned
we're back.
competition.
This pool, we are back to hugs. Thank God.
So we're going to see, this is the real Tournament of Roses. Two Portland clubs coming at each other. A great Unterswerk followed up with a Schnappen from Josh.
Judges are in complete disagreement as to what happened. Looks like Joe is siding with the judge closer to himself.
Yeah, they washed that exchange.
Did they wash it? I saw a little hand hit from Red Fighter, I believe.
A little hand hit.
Oh, I saw a thrust from
A well
Red.
planted thrust
Yeah.
from Josh, if I say so myself. Both coming in point forward, low guards. Josh playing in the bind. Back into a Vomtog, waiting for his opportunity. Down into a Fool's Guard, back into Flug. Transitioning guard, seeking to make an opening. Angelo looking a little bit wary.
Oh,
Great control from Josh. Moving forward, Angelo saw that movement forward and stuck his blade out. Josh caught it, voided the strike. No agreement, no exchange, though.
oh. Not quite sure if that hit.
Josh keeping his point out, staying dangerous, flicking. You don't know where he's going. Pressuring Angelo to the back.
Oh. I saw a blow. Yeah, I'm agreeing with the judges. I saw a blow land from Red onto Blue, onto their hands.
If they're going to Dutch Rose. Yeah, iced cold brew. Yeah, iced sweet cold brew.
Oh, again with this, the blades are matching, and then that, I guess it's the Meyer technique someone was telling me of kind of popping that blade down to get a hit to the stomach or to the gut.
It is, yeah, very much, cutting in on the same line. A lot of fencers, when you cut into a line and they get the parry, they expect you to go to the other side because that line is now covered. What they don't expect...
Blow after blow, that's what I think.
Blow after blow.
Judges, one of the judges agrees with me. Oh. Okay. Joe is saying the afterblow is just within tempo. Tempo is, of course, a unit of time that means nothing and is mostly made up, but everyone kind of knows what it's like.
It's basically the beat of a fight, right? You say 1, 2. Ooh, a ribbon cut. Looked like it landed to me, but maybe not. Voiding that strike. Excellent footwork from Josh. Playing passive, waiting for his opening, voiding another strike.
Yeah, whereas the last two pools, we've seen a lot of really aggressive fighting. This match and this pool has been a little bit more defensive.
Josh does like to play it defensively.
Oh, nice little hand hit. Oh, but judges are saying
I think that
no,
touched
nada.
the hilt, maybe. They thought it touched the hilt.
Oh.
Diving in, looks like somebody made contact. It's going to be blow after blow, likely to a deep target.
Yeah, I think I saw the afterblow. I think I missed the blow. Again, Joe saying, I'm not going to overrule my judges. And I really, as a judge, a fighter, and a director, having kind of dipped my toes in all three of those roles, I really just love that mindset from directors.
A beautiful feint to the right side, spin around, hit the left side on a covered line, keeping himself safe, just out of measure. Oh! Wow! What a thrust from Josh. Not controlled,
But
not
beautiful.
covered. That blade did end up resting on him. And that is
All
match
right.
red for the deep thrust from Josh. Excellent work for Indes Ferox Gladio.
That's a 0-6 match, so both by points differential and by reaching 0 hit points.
You kind of love to see it.
That goes to Angelo, or that goes to Josh.
That does go to Josh.
It's tricky with the hit point system. I don't always get it right. Oh, now we have Kevin from Lonan, and who else? And we have Josh from Seven Swords Academy.
Another Josh.
Kevin does primarily KDF. I believe he's a KDF coach at Lonan, but he also dips his toes in Fiore. Is all
If I
around
remember
a
correctly,
skilled
he
fencer.
also dips his toes into some Eastern martial arts.
Absolutely, he does. I mean, he's a well-rounded martial artist.
I have seen him cut some tatami, and it is impressive.
Absolutely. And Seven Swords, of course, does Fiore longsword, so I'm curious to see how this one will turn out.
No hug for this one.
No hug.
No love lost in the Washington HEMA scene.
That's so funny because Kevin's one of the nicest people I know.
Looks like Kevin dives in for a thrust, lands it. Well covered.
They're giving it to Kevin. That is 2 hit points lost from Josh. Kevin's checking the flex of his blade. Looks like it might have taken on a little bit of a bend, but easily fixed. Okay. Oh, a glancing thrust from Red Fighter.
They're gonna
Kind of
call
across
that.
the side of the mask. Oh, I absolutely think it should be called, but probably better for the safety of Kevin that it didn't hit dead on.
Yeah, I would have liked to see an afterblow there, I think. It looked like it almost got there, but not quite. Josh with an interesting low guard.
Oh, I saw
Ooh.
that. I don't think there was an afterblow there. That was all Kevin.
Kevin with unmatched speed taps him on the head.
Absolutely. He is indeed a fast fencer.
Again, same technique going in with high speed thrusts, looking to beat the guard effectively. But doesn't work this time around. Josh Petrie gets a shallow hit on Kevin. Interesting guard choices from Kevin here. Not really anything out of a manual, except for maybe that's a flug. Didn't call any hits on that.
Yeah, let's see.
Same with Josh. That's a altered Vomtog. Another quick exchange.
Yeah, was able to go under and get the stomach, and they are giving him. Yeah. They're giving
This
him.
is
the
going to
point.
be an incredibly difficult match to judge. Both
Yeah.
fencers going for very quick, precise strikes.
Let's watch this. I really thought that was beautiful. Let's see. Yeah, going under and getting it. Clean. All right, so Kevin has 6 hit points left, and Josh has 3. 1 or 2 exchanges. This could be over.
Interesting.
Oh, I just
Kevin
love it.
Jumping forward in a low level. Both fighters waiting for their opening. Some morphing guards.
Oh, might ring himself out, though.
Kevin maintaining measure, jumping back in.
Oh, little slippery.
Oh, I
Okay,
didn't
they called
see
halt.
what actually
I
hit
didn't
there.
see it either. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, judges are in disagreement. But Joe agrees that the point should go to Kevin and is a strike to the higher level opening, the head, which is, of course, worth more points. That leaves Josh with 1 hit point.
Let's see what he can do with it.
It's such a demoralizing moment to
Left.
realize you got 1 hit point left.
Left vom tog. Kevin with his jumping strikes.
Oh, they're so fun.
Level changes.
Oh. I heard a little hand pop, but maybe that was wrong. Looks like they're going to give the point to Josh and no afterblow. So the game lives on.
Making good work of his 1 point.
Yeah, let's do it.
Kevin just looking for one more decisive strike. Surprised he didn't get it there. Oh, and with the one-handed Viper thrust, looks like it hits him in the head.
Hits who? I missed it. Oh, they're giving it to Kevin. Okay. Maybe. Oh. No agreement, no exchange. They're going to
Very
keep going.
interesting.
We are at 5-1. But Josh is the one who just got that last hit. Let's see. Oh, I love this shot.
Josh wary, not wanting to enter into Kevin's measure.
I wouldn't either if I had 1 hit point left.
Oh, a
okay.
beautiful shot to the head, well covered. I might honestly think that was control. There was not a lot of potential for an afterblow there.
No, Josh is saying,
But-
hey, I got 1 hit point and I'm using it. Let's watch the replay.
No control, but my God.
Oh. Yeah, we're going to keep going.
Ooh.
All right, I think that is match
That's
Kevin.
gonna be match called
for our blue fighter.
match blue. Great job to Kevin.
Congratulations, Kevin. That was a beautiful
Josh,
match.
an incredible job at staying in, making the
Absolutely.
most of that last hit point.
There's a mental game to that, knowing that 1, your opponent has such a lead on you, and 2, that you only have 1 hit point. That is something I really struggle to overcome. So I want to give
Yeah.
all my kudos to Josh.
Maintaining
for the
that
ability.
composure,
Yeah.
keeping your mind clear, not letting that adrenaline take hold and rush you into mistakes. Up next, we have Angelo Bologna over on the blue side and Ben Johnston from Masterless Fencing on the right. A beautiful thrust from Ben is deflected. It looks like Angelo is able to maintain his defense and unwind into a schnappen to the top of Ben Johnston's head.
So Schnappen is a
suffers
fake
2-1.
word. That's not.
Schnappen is a German word, and German is a fake language. So, excuse me to all of my German viewers. Two short exchanges. Looks like some more disagreement. Okay, we have Angelo really seeking out those deep targets, taking 1 afterblow. Now they're both prodding. Oh, wow. What a well-aimed thrust from Ben to catch the arm.
Now, are they accepting that afterblow or no? I think Joe said no.
Joe
Okay.
said it's
Is it out of tempo? Okay.
Oh, a beautifully placed thrust to the head. I don't know if there was an afterblow.
I seen some shocked faces from the
Yeah.
the viewers.
Yeah, let's see that thrust again. Landing perfectly. Aye. You know that hurts. Ooh, nothing there.
Oh.
Another shot to the
Yeah,
head.
I saw that.
Angelo finding a lot of success going for deep targets, but they might call that. They're going to call that a strike with afterblow.
They're not calling it a double.
Oh, they're saying that is a shallow target. Interesting, even though that is clearly to the neck.
You know, they don't have that instant replay like we do.
They don't have instant replay.
And I suppose we'll even forgive them for that. Oh, nice little pick at the arm.
Clean, tippy shot to the hand.
All right. Yeah, so we have a 6-point
more
differential
points
that can end a match, but right now we are at 5 points of differential, and we're kind of at a similar place we were in the last match, where we have one
Very
fighter
similar.
with 6 points and one with 1.
No agreement, no exchange. Let's see if Ben can do the same thing with his last point that Josh Petrie did last time. Oh, not
Looks
quite.
like no.
Did not defend the incoming middle how. Went for the afterblow instead, which with only one life, that's not good enough.
Means nothing. But yeah, that's one of the worst, I think, mindsets to be in these kinds of tournaments. Is like, God, what am I going to do with this 1 point? And sometimes there's really nothing you can do, even if you're trying your best. Let's watch the replay. See, yeah.
It's going to be match blue.
Congratulations, Angelo.
Congratulations, Angelo, indeed. Up next, we have the two Joshes, I believe. Josh Handegard and Josh Petrie.
Wow.
The battle of the Joshes.
Battle of the Joshes.
We are going to take a short break to deliberate between some of the directors. Probably an issue on another pool.
It's looking like it.
Josh getting a nice little back massage from Shark there. It's the kind of affection you see in our club.
I just tackle people from my club.
That tracks. It's exactly what I expect.
Yeah. Throwing someone to the ground. That's how we show affection at Lonan.
I mean, we do that too. It's just usually followed by a little bit of cuddling. We try
we cuddle. Don't you worry. We cuddle at Lonan.
Aggressive cuddling. We have a lot of deliberation by a lot of judges and a lot of directors.
It looks like a slew of directors have all come together, so I'm curious what this is about. We have, is that
probably
Dashel?
discussing who is getting what pool.
Okay. You know, we get to this point, we are at 156 right now, and this is where the schedule starts getting off the rails a little bit.
Just a little bit. You got
people
different
are-
pools moving at different paces.
Yeah, different directors with different styles. Might be cycling in some new judges. Who knows?
Now you can see on the screen the directors meeting.
We also have the medic up there, so maybe this is a super secret meeting.
It could be that they're discussing the injury that we saw from earlier. Now, of course, that fighter did make it off of the court, did appear to walk, so that's
great to
nice.
hear.
We haven't received any updates on their condition, but I'm sure they're doing okay, well taken care of by the IFG medical team.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. He's
I would love to give a shout out to some of the viewers of the stream. I know that my good friends Sarah Godfrey and Matt Newton are watching. I know that Noel's dad is watching. Hello, Dad. My girlfriend Caroline probably watching. Who knows at this point? She's probably tired of hearing me anyways. But shout outs to all of those people. Melissa, you got anybody you want to give a little shout out to?
Let's see. I don't know. We've had a great showing this year. What do we have to talk about?
Well, your entire club is here, so.
Well, would you believe it? No, we're not. There's a funny story with Michelle from Grit City Fencing, where multiple times, about once a year, she ends up introducing people to introducing Lonan members to other Lonan members, because we are such a big club that we don't all know each other.
Oh, such a big club.
We're such a big club.
So many members.
So many members. That there are plenty of people at Lonan I've never met before, and I have had the awkward interaction of being like, "Hey, I'm Melissa. I'm from Lonan," and they go, "Hi, I'm also from Lonan."
We don't have that problem.
No. Well, I think there's some.
Okay. Philip is correcting me. We do have that problem actually rather frequently. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say there's been a boom in HEMA in the last few years. When I started, I was, for instance, the only woman I knew of in the club that was active at the moment, and now we have a booming WMBT population. And so.
Indeed. All right, it looks like we are ready to start our next match, the Battle of the Joshes. You could even call it a joust of the Joshes, if you're into alliteration. We are going to get a hug, of course, the namesakes. Now, in the blue corner, we have Josh, and in the red corner, we have Josh.
Wait, one more time?
Well, we've got Josh on the right and then Josh on the left.
Oh, I get it now.
Let's see how they go. Josh taking the center
Josh
and going
took
in
the
with
center.
a thrust.
Great work, Josh.
Josh really liked that. With control.
Oh, Josh got control.
Wow.
I'm thinking, did Joe say no to control? Let's see what the score says about it.
Score comes in. No control, but a good thrust to the neck. Going in for the same thrust is Josh.
And Blue Josh got it.
And again, if he lands one more of those, the match will be over.
Wow. We'll see.
Oh.
Seems like Josh has caught on.
Big reaction from Josh. Josh is now frightened of Josh.
I can't do this.
Now Josh going in for the thrust, using Josh's technique against him.
I think Josh might win.
I think that's a good bet.
Mon agrees with me.
All right, Josh looking a little more tentative. But Josh claiming the center, going in.
Oh, and Josh getting a hand hit on Josh. Eventually someone's going to come over my earpiece and tell me to stop making this joke, but they haven't done it yet. And so.
All right, Josh again.
I didn't see an exchange there, and neither did the judges.
Josh can't be happy with that. That
great thrust.
Looked like a thrust.
Oh, again with control. Is that match?
And that is going to be match Josh.
Wow, congratulations, Josh. And I'm so sorry, Josh.
Oh.
But good hugs.
We love to see those beautiful high-skill fencing exchanges, thrusts landing with control. Congratulations to Josh, and congratulations to Josh. Both doing an excellent job.
We got Kevin, and Kevin... No, we can't do the joke twice. No, we got Kevin up in blue, and someone else. And Ben in
Looks
red.
like it's going to be Ben Johnston in the red corner. From Masterless Fencing. I notice, perhaps disappointingly, no codpiece
I was
for Ben.
just going to say that. No
I
codpiece.
do love to see the codpieces.
Ben, we're expecting better from you next year.
All right, interesting. Fool's Guard into a Flug. Now both Flug. Tentative. Almost touching tips. Ooh.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, that might not
Now,
make Joe excited. That
one
could be
of
a
the
yellow
things
card.
that is really important about this venue, since it is a futsal building, the floors are both very expensive and rather delicate. It is unacceptable to hit the floor at any time because they are very expensive to replace. So Ben Johnston will be issued a yellow card for that strike on the floor.
Yeah. The floors look like they could be wood, maybe laminate. They're actually foam with a thin layer of plastic on top. So yes, they are very delicate, and we love this venue. So.
And Kevin punishing Ben with a thrust to the face.
Oh.
Ooh,
Kevin
very
barely staying in the
flighty
ring.
footwork.
Oh. We got a medic call.
We have a hit to the back of the head.
We got medics on scene.
We're gonna
One of the things that I think
pause.
is for privacy of the players, we're going to keep it off screen. But we've got well-trained medics.
Medics are on scene taking care of Ben right now. We'll give you an update as soon as we have one. Now, back of the head is a illegal target in this rule set and most others. Of course, nobody is aiming for the back of anybody's head, but as you can see, Kevin cut around, and due to the way that Ben was turned in a sort of closed stance, that hit came around to the back of the head. It had a lot of sauce on it, just as an unfortunate consequence of both fighters trying to do their best. So we're hoping that Ben is all good, just needs a minute. Like I said, we'll give you an update in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. We now have Ben Johnson standing up. It appears everything is okay. Took a little bonk to the head. Has a little bit of gonked gourd syndrome, as we call it in the biz, in the
Seems
fencing
to be
biz.
standing up unassisted, though. That's always a good sign.
Yeah, standing up on his own, not wobbly, doing okay. We're glad for such an excellent medical team jumping in, taking care of him. Kevin and Ben are hugging. No bad blood.
Lots of applause in the whole yard. That's always
And the
really
crowd
great to
goes
hear.
wild. We're sorry to Ben. Things do happen in this sport. Injuries do occur. We always hope to avoid them as much as possible. We design our rule sets to increase safety as much as possible, but accidents happen, and we always are happy to see our fencers leaving of their own power. We will begin fencing again in a moment. We're just
There's
going to take some time to reset.
some deliberation to what that's going to look like going forward. I think in the meantime, we're taking a brief break. If anyone has any comments or questions we can go over, I'm happy to address those now. Yeah, I hope both those fencers are all right.
Now, unfortunately, due to the safety violation, Kevin Tang has been issued a black card, which is disqualification from the tournament.
Oh, okay.
So he will be dropped from this year's roster. Ben Johnson is likely not going to continue. Very unfortunate to see, but it's what has to be. Now that fight will be counted as a draw for the purposes of HEMA rankings, in case anybody is curious about that.
I will say from appearances, it looks like Kevin's taken that with stride. I imagine this is really tearing him up, the idea that he hurt someone.
Yeah,
From my
it never
experiences
feels
of knowing
good.
him.
It
That's
really,
gotta be horrible.
you know, having hit some people too hard and being hit too hard, it's never a good feeling to be on either side.
Absolutely. Going forward in this pool, I'm curious to see what's next. I think
We've
there's
got
going to be
Josh
some.
Petrie on the red side and Angelo Bologna on the blue side. Bridge City Blades versus Seven Swords Academy. We'd like to give another shout out to our IFG medic team for taking such good care of our competitors today, making sure that everybody is leaving of their own power and that everybody can compete in this sport safely. It's going to be a moment while the tournament organizers adjust the pools to accommodate the dropping of two fighters, but we're going to get back to it in just a couple minutes. Josh Petrie. Paul, thank you very much for your kind words. Ben is doing okay. Obviously, disappointed to be leaving the tournament in such fashion, but taking it in stride as best he can.
clear to everyone what happened there, there was, during the exchange, one of the...
We're going to have Joe, the tournament organizer, tell us a little bit about what happened with Ben.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Ben, during the exchange, Ben shifted his head a little bit. He did expose the back of his head, but Kevin struck the back of his head with an unreasonable amount of force, which dropped Ben. He was checked out by our team of 3 medics. They recommended that he go get looked at for a concussion. He will not be able to continue to compete. As such, he forfeits that match, but Kevin is disqualified for the rest of the tournament after receiving a black card.
Thank you very much, Joe. Again, just showing this tournament, while it is a combat sport, we care a lot about safety. We always hope that nobody leaves with injuries. Things do happen, but we appreciate our tournament organizers, our staff, our volunteers, our medics for making sure that the tournament can happen as safely as possible. And keeping accountability high. So thank you, Joe, for that, and we will be getting back into the action in just a moment. All right, and we are back again. We've got Angelo Bologna and Josh Petrie up now. Some well-defended strikes. Ooh. Placing the blade against the throat and drawing back for a slice. Excellent technique by Angelo.
Looks like the judges agree.
Coming in, probing each other. We see a strong slash from Josh, deflected. Couple more probing strikes. A thrust. Didn't quite make it. Both fighters doing a really good job at defending themselves.
And also maintaining control. It can be hard especially after a long break in a pool. If you cool down in your gear, it can be hard to kind of warm yourself back up again. But it seems like these fighters are able to manage.
Still ready. Definitely lost a little bit of that adrenaline. You can see a much more composed,
absolutely
methodical approach. Now that is going to be a double first of the match. Again, you see this slow, methodical, probing actions from Angelo, holding that center, pushing Josh Petrie all the way to the edge. Now he's circling around, using some offline movement to actually claim that center from Angelo. Staying wide out of measure. Looked like Angelo deflected a thrust, but did not deflect the follow-up strike to the arm. Oh, a little more fire out of Angelo there.
There we go. We're warming back up.
Striking the same side on a different line. Great high percentage technique.
And it looks like the corner agrees.
Are we going to see Angelo continue with that aggression? It doesn't look like it.
Josh's point is very close to this very precious ground we have.
Yeah, holding that fool's guard. Now, it's called the fool's guard, actually, because if you attack into it, you are a fool.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a deceptively open guard with the objective being to bait your opponent into a aggressive action wherein your blade then flips up right into their stomach.
Oh, yeah, I saw that just kind of slash across the body. Oh. No, I think I saw something different than the judges. But I'm not judging right now, so.
Red suffers 1 wound for that. Coming back in, circling like sharks.
I love it.
Ooh.
Trying to go for the blade grab a little bit late, kind of after the halt. Trying to wrap that blade up. A very Fiore-style arm wrap.
Yeah, Josh got that excellent body shot. Angelo, of course, trying to capture that blade. Not successful. Ooh, Josh with a little feint there, a little fake out. Both cutting overhows into each other. Disengaging. Re-engaging just out of measure.
Oh, very bouncy.
In the knock.
Looks like our blue fighter is really controlling the ring.
Angelo reaching for a thrust at the very edge of measure. I didn't see it hit, but the judges did. So we do have a blow after blow. Let's see if Angelo can make use of this one last hit point.
Oh, and a wraparound and strike to the side of the head.
Yeah.
So it's not technically illegal, but we've seen in this pool alone what the dangers of getting too close to the back of the head can result in.
Making good use of that last hit point. This could be it. Good defense from Angelo. Probing in, taking his time. Oh, and well deflected. He deflected Josh's blade to the outside and brought it into his head. That should actually be match Angelo.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yes,
we saw a little
it
bit of
is.
a fist bump between Angelo and his second. I think they knew that call was going to be in their favor.
Way to go,
and we lose a
Angelo,
glove.
making excellent use of that last hit point and giving his honor coin to Josh for being a great opponent.
I really do love to see that. That makes my day.
Good sportsmanship. Excellent work to both fencers. Close match.
IFG is the only tournament, or IFG Tournament of the Roses is the only tournament I know of that has a system like the Rose coins where you can give out a coin to someone you think has done a good deed or fenced especially well or demonstrated good sportsmanship or fencing.
That's right. It's not just about winning. It's about winning with style.
Winning with style. Which reminds me of the, I believe, and I haven't read the rule set, but I believe the Rapier tournament hosted this year does have an aesthetic element to the judging.
It does. It basically says even if you suck but you look cool doing it, you're going to do all right.
Now that's
not
Rapier
actually what the rule set
tournament
says.
I can get behind.
You
We are
still
at
gotta
the
stab people.
end of that pool.
Yes. Now, all things being equal, we would see a match here between Josh Handegard and Kevin Tang. But as we heard, Kevin Tang is no longer in the tournament, disqualified with a black card for that injury. So we are done with that pool. I believe we're going to go for a short break again and come on back when the next pool is ready. Everybody stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment.
Bye.